This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Thursday. I had to think about it there for a second. I reformatted my computer yesterday. Hopefully everything is working correctly. I think everything's good. Because it reset all my settings and stuff, and then I pulled OBS up just a few minutes ago, thought I had everything set, and I was like, oh wait a minute, I didn't map the audio. I gotta go back and rebuild several of my my scenes that I use. The freaking fun time fucking around. Clinically, good evening, Warlord, welcome. We got a jam-packed show. You guys have been on to me to do longer streams. Tonight's gonna be a long one. We got all kinds of shit to talk about. From attempted assassinations to got a lot of foreign affairs tonight. We're gonna talk about the debate. Apparently, Trump and Biden have agreed to not one but two debates. The long limp news gimp. All kinds of crime tonight. You know that. We got the family of the Maine mass shooter apparently apologizing to the community. The New York City portal. I didn't even know this was a thing. Apparently it was some sort of live stream between Dublin and New York City. Has been shut down for lewd behavior. A YouTuber is upset that Tesla will not give him a refund on his Cybertruck. Parents in Las Vegas are upset when they signed up to go meet the cartoon character Bluey. Apparently, Bluey sucked. We've got video of... I've always said Steve Buscemi has one of the most punchable faces in Hollywood. Apparently, somebody punched the fucking shit out of him. We got video of a DoorDash driver exposing himself. A mom put a peeping Tom in a headlock in the middle of a store. All kinds of shootings. It's just, of course, there's all kinds of shootings. It's just another day. A Bronx cab passenger apparently got out of the cab and started open fire. A judge has been charged in a drive-by shooting. A former cop shot a Lyft driver. 8 people killed in a bus crash in Florida. Governor Greg Abbott in Texas. You know, if I say Governor Greg Abbott in Texas, the thing that's going to follow is going to suck, right? He pardoned a murderer. Dip. Good evening. I don't even know the rules that they've agreed to with these debates. Also, I need to correct myself. The other day, I think I said that the Libertarian Convention... I have no clue what you posted, Warlord. I haven't paid attention to you. Other than when I had that meme about the king and I sent it to you and then you got upset. Warlord's like, leave me alone to play my video games. Sorry. Here's your meme of the day. Joe Biden with the Liu Kang kicks. Biden L? What are you talking about? Apparently Joe Biden has decided not to release the audio of him sitting for a deposition with special counsel Robert Hur, which I think is it's a really dumb move. We'll go into why he probably did it, though. I can almost guarantee I know exactly why he was advised not to release the audio. He has claimed executive privilege. Not only have Joe Biden and Trump agreed to debate, apparently the Biden campaign has agreed to a vice presidential debate. Now, these debates are taking place a lot sooner than I thought they would. I don't understand why we're having debates in July. Debates are supposed to take place in like October. But this is clearly going to be a very different kind of campaign season. Very non-traditional. Much like the last one, much like 2020. And also, they're cutting out the Presidential Debate Commission, or whatever the fuck the name of the organization is that used to put them on, where the Republicans and the Democrats got together to undercut the League of Women Voters that used to put them on. Bullshit. France has declared a state of emergency on the island of... I didn't write it down, motherfucker. I don't remember what the name of the island is. Some island that they control. Not Haiti. Running a real tight ship over here. I'm a real professional broadcaster. I'm going to check in on a Palestinian mother who says nowhere is safe. The International Court is hearing arguments about Israel's actions in Gaza. Several arrests made last night at UC Irvine. Meanwhile, today, UC academic workers have voted to go on strike. The campus is split over Biden's appearance at Morehouse College this weekend to give a commencement speech. The House of Representatives held or have recommended that Merrick Garland be held in contempt. We're going to talk about marijuana reclassification. Oh, I guess that's a good time for me to say, light one up, tip one back. Dip, telling me to show a cat. 1 second. Which one you want? You got a specific cat you want to see? I got Smokey over here on the couch. You want to see Socrates? Hold on. Buddy, I want to say hey. Everybody want to say hey to you. So I was holding him like a Curiouser was over the other day. I was holding him like a little baby, like this. Good 5 minutes or so. Down. And then for some reason, Curiouser decided to pick him up, and he threw a fucking fit. I'm like, why did you do that? Clearly, I'm the only one that can hold him like a little baby. Yeah, she called him Kevin. Women, am I right? That's what the Kansas City Chiefs kicker was saying during his commencement speech. It has apparently drawn a lot of backlash and criticism. Oh, we're going to talk about Kanye West doing porn. And the fact that his chief of staff, I guess you'd call him, Milo Yiannopoulos. That's a name I haven't said in a while. Milo is a source for what? You can hear the Kansas City Chiefs kicker say it yourself here in just a little bit. Well, you probably won't. ECW. I'm sorry, EC-dub. Meat cakes. Pronouncing it. Sorry, that was the broadcaster in me coming out. W. Like I'm a poser ass fan. I've been to an ECW show. Unfortunately, it wasn't the original ECW. It was the rebooted ECW. However, it was like one of the it was maybe the third house show they did. Rob Van Dam was the dual champion. And it was the closest thing that you could get to an actual ECW show. Because it was right after they relaunched it. I got the Sandman, I got Tommy Dreamer, CW. I even had fucking wings with CW Anderson at the Hooters afterwards. Got to see CM Punk before he got called up to the main roster, my favorite wrestler. So it was the closest thing you could get without actually being at the original ECW. Unfortunately, that night, Sabu and Rob Van Dam got pulled over by the cops in Ohio. The house show was it was either Charleston or Huntington, West Virginia. I can't remember where it was. I was with a bunch of guys. I would have never picked Hooters. And also, you know, like I don't know what was open at the time. ICP seemed like good people. I'm down with the clown, I guess. So Rob Van Dam and Sabu get pulled over by the cops leaving that house show. They get arrested for possession of marijuana. Rob Van Dam drops the WWE title the next night and the ECW title on that Tuesday night. So I saw his last night as champion. And I hated that too because it was off to such a good start. I like a couple of songs, but I don't, you know, they're not really my thing. Seriously, that Down with the Clown song is like one of the most badass jams ever. It's hot in here. Also, like, I can't get this transition. Did you see, like, it used to look so much better. I don't know how I had the setting. It's a plugin I had to download, and I can't remember how I had it set. But I can't make it look the way it used to. And it's killing me. Speaking of shows, I'm going to be seeing Sexy Saxophone Guy from the Lost Boys tomorrow night. Just out of the blue, they announced it this week that he's going to be in a little fucking dive club, $10 cover. And I'm like, well, I got to go to that. You might also know him as Tina Turner's saxophone player. But I think he's most famous for being sexy saxophone player from the Lost Boys. Shirtless sax guy indeed. And he is so fucking cool. I've been watching videos. And he still dresses like that. He still dances like that. He goes out into the crowd. I can't wait. He only plays like 5 songs though. It's going to be a really short set. The song is I Still Believe from the Lost Boys. That's Tim Capella. Or Tim Capello. So I'm fucking stoked for that. Tried to get a date. I had a really hot date. But I thought it was Saturday night. When I told her it was Friday night, she's like, oop, gotta work. I work till midnight. I'm like, shit. So I no longer have a hot date. Curiouser was just like, go by yourself. Why do you care? And I was like, I don't want to have to walk. It's not that far. It's less than a mile. But I'm just lazy. I don't want to have to walk. I got like a hot date that will drive me over there. Okay, so I'm thinking about getting a little like a moped or a scooter. You've like, depending on what you get is like, wait, like if I got a little motorcycle, you say a taxi, but like it's not worth the money for a taxi to go half a mile, you know? Like if I get some kind of motorized bicycle, I don't have to have insurance on it. If you get like a Vespa, you gotta have insurance, but it's not that bad. It's like $100 a year, so that's like, God looked into this. Or at least it was a couple years ago. Who knows now? Inflation, everything's gone up. Oh shit, I forgot the Dow hit 40K today. Set a new record. I mean, like that helps any of us. I'm severely out of shape, so I should walk. I should absolutely walk. However, I'm lazy. Sparkles, did I tell you good evening? Dip, I told you good evening, didn't I? Let's get a little more high. And we'll find out what that news be doing. Where's Libertad? That's not like Libertad to not be here. Lenny, good evening. Greetings, my friend. I'm definitely going to look into some kind of scooter motorcycle deal. I've thought about a motorcycle several times. I mean, I don't drive enough. I don't ever go out enough to warrant getting a new car. I don't want to pay a car payment. I don't want to pay insurance. It's a scam. Sparkles wants me to do a stream with a broken limb. I'm over here cooking just the other night. And I twisted my leg and I'm like, God damn, I almost broke my leg. Just walking through my kitchen. Curiouser was like, yeah, that's how that happens. I made French onion soup. I had onions left over from where... There's Libertad! I have not heard of a uni scooter. I'll check that out, Dip. Battle Opossum! The pussy clock? What pussy clock? We don't have a pussy clock around here. We got a titty slap.
A titty slap! What the?
Come on, now.
You had a hot date lined up for Saturday night. Can't go with me on Friday night. I told her we can still get together. I'm all about it. Are you sure your pussy can't tell time? I thought pussies were pretty good about telling time. Cause don't they do something like monthly? Door pussy. I don't know about no door pussy, but I know about an eye pussy. I would give anything to piss in Dan Grenshaw's open eye hole. I don't know how pussies work. I just know I enjoy them. They're beautiful. Oh, shit.
You live in sexual anarchy?
It's time to get to the news, fuckers. Starting off tonight, I'm going to have to go ahead and hit the content warning for this one because I think there's video. I think there's video of this. I'm not exactly sure because, once again, no pre-watch Andy over here. We're going to go to Slovenia. Slovakia, that's it. We go to Slovakia, where the Prime Minister shot yesterday, maybe day before yesterday. I have no concept of time. Hold on. Once again, got some issues because I just reformatted my computer. Now it should work.
We start in Slovakia, where a man has been charged with the attempted murder of the country's Prime Minister. Robert Fico was shot several times yesterday while speaking to a crowd during a visit to Handlova, a small town in the centre of Slovakia. He is now in a serious but stable condition in hospital in Bratislava. At a news conference, the Slovak Interior Minister described the suspect as a lone wolf who opposed the government.
I missed the video because I was fucking with the sound.
Charged with the attempted murder of the country's Prime Minister. Robert Fico was shot several times yesterday while speaking to a crowd during a visit to Handlova, a small town in the centre of Slovakia. He is now in a serious but stable condition in hospital in Bratislava.
They just carried him and threw him in a car. That is wild.
With the attempted murder of the country's Prime Minister. Robert Fico was shot several times yesterday while speaking to a crowd during a visit to Handlova, a small town in the centre of Slovakia. He is now in a serious but stable condition in hospital in Bratislava. At a news conference, the Slovak Interior Minister described the suspect as a lone wolf who opposed the government. More details about the condition.
He's 71 years old.
Are emerging at the time, all the time rather. In the past few minutes, Slovakia's President-elect Peter Pellegrini gave this update from the hospital where the Prime Minister is receiving treatment.
The Prime Minister is now facing the most difficult and challenging days, hours, minutes, in order for him to survive. And I hope that everything will work out for the best. I really hope for us all to see his soon recovery and coming to full strength.
Let's get the latest now with our correspondent Bethany Bell, who is in Bratislava. Bethany, welcome to you. What more details are emerging about what happened yesterday?
Well, as we heard there, Mr. Fico is in a very serious condition. We've been told that the next few days will be critical for him. He was shot at very...
I saw earlier that he is expected to make it, though.
...close range, including in the stomach. And, of course, he underwent several hours of emergency surgery yesterday. And we've heard well-wishing people wishing him a speedy recovery from across Slovakia's fractured political spectrum. And this is a moment of deep confusion and deep shock for this country.
Yeah, Bethany, tell us more about the reaction, how this shooting has impacted people there.
Well, if you talk to some of the people in the street, there's a real sense of disbelief that something like this could even happen at all here. And other people expressing fears that this will perhaps deepen the divisions in this already very polarized political atmosphere at the moment. We heard earlier today from the incoming president, Peter Pellegrini, calling on parties to either suspend or tone down their campaigning for the EU elections, which of course are coming up in June, and appeals for calm. And there's also been accusations by some of Mr. Fico's allies. They've said that this particular incident was politically motivated by this man, this suspect who's been described as a lone wolf. But many people here say that the sort of febrile atmosphere and rhetoric, hate rhetoric, has not helped the situation here.
Sounds like the political climate here in the U.S. as well. France has issued a state of emergency on the island of... Hold on. Probably going to say it wrong. On the island of New Caledonia. I don't even know where that is. Let's get the lowdown from France 24 English.
Declared a state of emergency in New Caledonia amid the wave of protests that have left 3 people dead and wounded hundreds.
A decree has been issued to implement a state of emergency in New Caledonia. The aim is to establish order as quickly as possible. Security reinforcements are due to arrive in New Caledonia in the coming hours.
Well, the unrest on the island, 17,000 kilometres away from mainland France, was triggered by reforms to voting rules pushed through by the government here in Paris. To tell us a bit more, Angela Diffley, our foreign editor, is with me now. And Angela, first of all, just tell us a bit about New Caledonia, about the population there.
Yes, so it's about 270,000 people living there, and New Caledonia was conquered by the French in 1853. Now, today,
sounds about white.
About 40% of the people living in the archipelago are Kanaks. They are the indigenous people of that island, that group of islands. And a lot of the subsequent problems have arisen between the difficulties between the Kanaks and particularly Europeans, who are called the Caldoches. And there are in fact 2 groups of Europeans. It was a penal colony belonging to France for a long time, and so some of these Europeans are the descendants of people who were sent there when it was a penal colony, the descendants of prisoners. Others are European settlers, and of course there are very many other people there. But those 2 groups have had frequent clashes. Then in 1998, after quite a bloody period, the Noumea Accords were signed. And under this agreement, New Caledonia was given a certain amount of autonomy.
Every time, it's always colonialism.
The government in Paris undertook to allow 3 referendums on independence. Now, those 3 referendums on independence were held between 2018 and 2021, and on each occasion, the people who wanted independence from France, the pro-independence groups, lost, and the population voted to stay with France. Now, it should be said that the final referendum of those 3 was held in the midst of COVID regulations, and it was boycotted by the pro-independence groups.
And why are we seeing this particular outbreak of violence now?
We're seeing it now because a vote took place in the National Assembly, which
here in mainland France.
In mainland France, which enlarges the voter registration base. Because some people say those referenda were really not very democratic, because only 1 in 5 of the people actually living in New Caledonia was eligible to vote. And so this vote last night in the National Assembly, including, of course, parliamentarians from New Caledonia, it then has to go to the Senate and further down the parliamentary process. But that vote agreed that the voter base should be enlarged. And that would, of course, dilute the influence of the indigenous Kanak people. And that's what they're angry about. New Caledonia is very heavily subsidised by France, but it is also of enormous strategic importance to France. It is in the South Pacific, an area where France likes to keep a foothold between not far from China, so an important place strategically in the modern world. And it has nickel, which again is an important natural resource. So although France subsidises New Caledonia, it is in France's interest too. And some people say that the reason this vote to enlarge the voter base took place was because the pro-independence vote was creeping up slightly, and there was worry that it might get bigger in the event.
And what do you think happens now? How is the government here going to try and bring this all under control?
Well, what is a problem is that the political parties who speak for the pro-independence people appear largely to have lost control of a large number of young, angry, violent youths. And that is a problem. The political parties have issued a joint statement saying we all need to live together.
Mitochondria.
Dialogue, but that is not being translated into action on the streets. Young people on the streets are running riot, and people living in the area are frightened. So that is a considerable worry. Emmanuel Macron has said you have until the end of June to come up with some suggested changes. And if not, it will go ahead. But there's no doubt that
I've got a suggested change.
Taken people by surprise.
Independence.
The scale of the violence and the arms used have really taken people by surprise, both over there and here in mainland France.
Angela Diffley, thanks very much.
Give them their independence. That's my suggestion. That is not the only story coming out of France. I didn't know whether to put this one in the crime section or with the foreign affairs. I went with the foreign affairs. There is a manhunt underway in France for a drug boss that apparently broke out of jail or prison.
Hunt is underway tonight for an escaped prisoner and his accomplices after 2 French prison officers were killed and 3 others injured when a heavily armed gang ambushed their prison van. The brazen attack took place this morning in Incaville, near the city of Rouen in Normandy.
This would have been like a day ago.
Inside the van was Mohamed Amra, known as the Fly, who was being driven through a toll booth on the way to prison when the van was attacked. Our Europe correspondent, Nick Beak, reports.
An unremarkable toll booth in northern France, and the scene of a swift and brutal ambush. CCTV footage shows the moment.
Wait, wasn't that like a scene from The Godfather? Isn't that how that happened? Like they took somebody out of the toll booth? It's been a long time since I watched them.
What's
an unremarkable toll booth in northern France, and the scene of a swift and brutal ambush. CCTV footage shows the moment a dark car veers into a white prison van, and at least 2 masked attackers start shooting. Terrified passengers on a passing bus throw themselves to the ground as the bullets ring out.
Wow.
One assailant is seen strolling calmly among the other vehicles on the motorway. Then here, you can make out the prisoner himself wearing white trainers as he emerges from the prison van. The gang sets fire to their own vehicle, the smoke only adding to the chaos. Some of them run towards another car, a white one, to begin their escape. The aftermath, carnage. 2 prison officers dead, others gravely injured, as their police colleagues begin a painstaking search for evidence in an attack that's been described as an assault on France itself.
Ils seront interpellés.
They will be arrested, they will be judged, and they will be punished commensurate to the crime that they have committed.
Du crime qu'ils ont commis.
This is the man who was freed in the bloody assault. 30-year-old Mohamed Amra, a convicted local burglar. But he was also the suspect in a fatal kidnapping in the southern city of Marseille, which is facing an onslaught of gang violence. Amra and his accomplices are now being hunted by hundreds of police officers from here in Rouen, as well as French special forces from across the country. The burnt-out vehicle that initiated the killing, a starting point for clues.
Une minute de silence.
At the Parliament in Paris, a minute's silence to honour the victims. The Prime Minister conveying the sense of grief.
Notre peine. Our grief is that of an entire country shocked by this attack of unprecedented violence, by the brutality and cowardice of its perpetrators.
Forensic and other specialist investigators spent hours at the scene of the ambush. A violent attack on security staff is relatively rare in France, so many have found the level of indiscriminate violence used today chilling.
Wild.
But this also appears to have been a very well-planned ambush, and 12 hours on exactly, we haven't got a clear sense of how the authorities are getting on in their search. I think we can expect to see some raids in the coming hours, presumably on friends and family of the suspect. But I think also what happened today, Sophie, shows us 2 things. First of all, that criminal gangs in France do have access to really serious heavy weapons and are prepared to use them not just on each other. And secondly, reinforces this worrying trend we've seen in the southern city of Marseille, where in the past year more than 50 murders have been linked to gang crime there. Troubling questions for the authorities in France, but tonight the priority is this manhunt, trying to apprehend the man they're calling public enemy number one.
Wow. That's wild. Probably not the wildest thing we're going to see tonight, though, but damn, we're off to a good start on the show. No update. They have not made any arrests. I didn't see anything about any raids when I was checking just a few minutes ago. So, holy shit. Let's go over to Georgia. The country, not the shitty-ass state in the United States. The Parliament of Georgia passing a bill that they call, or that is being called, anti-democratic. Apparently, the Prime Minister or President is threatening to veto it.
In the country of Georgia, passed a contentious new bill that requires aid and civil society groups and media that receive foreign funding to register as, quote, organizations serving the interests of a foreign power. Georgia is a country of 3.6 million people between Russia and Turkey on the Black Sea. Critics dub the bill the Russia Law and say it could increase Russian influence and block Georgia's integration into the West. Here's Nick Schifrin with more.
Venus, good evening.
The streets of the capital Tbilisi by the tens of thousands. Mostly young Georgians who is their future and their shield. Against authorities pushing the new law and pushing back on demonstrators' dreams. Police have kicked, beaten, surrounded, and arrested dozens of protesters, including 2 Americans. These are the largest protests in Georgia since independence nearly 35 years ago.
The consequences of this law will be very, very bad for Georgia, for the civil society of Georgia, for the opposition of the Georgia.
Anna Titslidze is a Georgian parliamentarian and member of the opposition United National Movement. When she protested, she ended up in the back of an ambulance, beaten by police.
I was injured when I tried to help the young girl. I was beaten and I was hospitalized. We are very, very angry, and I don't scared. I'm angry.
The ruling Georgian Dream Party has pushed through the law that designates organizations with more than 20% foreign financing as, quote, foreign influence agents.
The Georgian Dream Party.
Former Prime Minister Bedina Ivanishvili argues the bill increases transparency and fights foreign meddling.
The financing of NGOs, which portrays itself as assistance, is in reality strengthening intelligence agencies and helping bring them to power. This money has nothing to do with assistance. Their only aim is the loss of Georgian sovereignty.
But the bill's critics call it a Trojan horse.
Now, I mean, he's got a slight point there. Like, the CIA has absolutely used NGOs.
That echoes Russia's 2012 foreign agent law, which the Kremlin used to crack down on criticism and even detain American journalists, despite initially claiming it, too, was designed to tackle foreign meddling. Today in Georgia's parliament, the two sides tussled before the final vote. Anna Titslidze tried to keep the peace, even if she says the bill wages war on Georgia's civil society.
If you compare the text of Ivanishvili's law and the Putin's Russian law, you can see that they are very similar. And this bill gives possibility government to monitoring to NGOs, to close them if he decided, to arrest the civil activists. We already see consequences.
Oh God.
We have politicians who are beaten by the special forces of Ivanishvili.
More than 20 years ago, Georgia was the first ex-Soviet republic to launch a pro-democracy revolution. In 2008, Russian troops invaded and have occupied 20% of Georgia ever since.
Sounds about right.
Dream won elections in 2012, financed by Ivanishvili's billions, which were made in post-Soviet Russia.
Now more than ever, there is so much at stake here.
Tinatin Japaridze is an analyst for Eurasia Group. She says Georgian Dream's motivation to stay in power past upcoming elections has led it to align with Moscow.
It's likely that the timing of this rollout by the Georgian Dream in many ways influenced and inspired, if not directly asked, by the Kremlin. We are seeing now a lot of signposts that show that a lot of the Georgian Dream's objectives and goals coincide with the broader goals and objectives of Russia.
And those goals could threaten Georgians' desire to join the European Union and the EU's willingness to continue negotiations. It could also lead to U.S. sanctions and the end of U.S. military and economic aid. Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia Jim O'Brien warned today in Tbilisi.
If the law goes forward out of conformity with EU norms, and there's undermining of democracy here, and there's violence against peaceful protesters, then we will see restrictions coming from the United States. Those tend to be financial and or travel restrictions on the individuals responsible for those actions and their families.
Do you want the United States to do more?
And the United States also, I think, must issue sanctions against the Ivanishvili's family members, against the Georgian Dream leaders, against the members of the parliament from the Georgian Dream who voted for this Russian law, and against the special forces leaders of the Ivanishvili who beat the young people in the streets of Tbilisi.
And so the people will prolong their protest even today, banging on the barricades of the institution meant to protect them, fearing their future and their country's relationship with the West is under threat. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
I mean, at least we're seeing resistance to these kinds of laws. Mass protests all over the fucking globe right now for multiple reasons. Go down to Argentina where Milei took over. Several weeks of protests have been going on. You saw the protests in New Caledonia? Did I get the name right that time? And France trying to crack down on those protests. Protests here in the United States over what is going on currently in Israel. Palestinian mother says there is nowhere safe as she flees further into Gaza.
Imtiaz Issam Abu Ida and her 6 children had already fled the war in Gaza 4 times when leaflets began falling recently, warning residents to evacuate Rafah, which was considered the last safe city. Since then, Abu Ida and hundreds of thousands of other people, mostly already displaced multiple times, have fled deeper into Gaza as the war near the Egyptian border intensifies, and humanitarian aid remains stuck in trucks on.
I saw a report that Egypt is actually preparing to attack Israel. I don't know the validity of that, but holy shit.
On the other side.
Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe. How many times do we have to flee to be homeless again? We barely can find water here. My son has to go far to collect it. What about the children? We barely have drinkable water.
In this desert encampment near the war-torn city of Khan Yunis, families say there are virtually no basic supplies like medicine, food.
I am not seeing anything about Egypt attacking Israel, but apparently like their diplomatic relations are at an all-time low with Israel's current assault on Rafah.
Water, or enough materials to build shelters. Even more devastating, say displaced families, is the feeling that they have been abandoned by the world as peace talks continue amid increased violence.
The most difficult thing for us in this war is international silence and disappointment. It affects us psychologically. I did not expect that one day in the 21st century, the era of progress, freedom, democracy, and humanity, a Palestinian would be killed for no reason.
The war began in October when Hamas militants stormed the border into civilian areas in Israel, killing 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages in the worst attack on Israel since its independence. Since then, the Gaza Health Ministry says more than 35,000 people have been killed in Gaza, and most of the 2 million plus population has been displaced. The World Food Program said on Wednesday it will run out of food and fuel stocks in Gaza in a matter of days. Last week, the organization said famine is already full-blown in northern Gaza, with the rest of the Strip at risk. Aid groups say the Gaza healthcare system collapsed months ago. And like other parents, Abu Ida, who has already lost more than 150 members of her large extended family, says she has no way to get out of Gaza, so her only choice now is to try to survive the battles.
A ceasefire is my biggest strain. End this damnable war. How many times do we have to die while breathing? We just want safety and peace.
Abu Ida says she has heard some humanitarian aid has entered Gaza in recent days, but she has barely seen any of it. Some of her dead relatives have been found and buried, she adds, but most remain lost in the rubble. For Nadal Hamdouna, Amjan Tantesh, and Inas Tantesh outside Khan Yunis, Gaza.
I want to point out that this was a Voice of America. And this is state-sponsored media, U.S. state-sponsored media. Voice of America. They did a really good job with this piece. Usually, it's a very Pentagon-slanted reporting from them. But even they can't deny what is going on in Gaza. And to the guy that's, was disappointed in the silence from the international community, we're trying. We're trying, man. I know it has to feel like it has to feel like it's a deafening silence from the world. But not all of us are genocidal maniacs like the Zionists in the U.S. government. And the international community is actually coming together at the ICJ, holding a hearing over arguments about Israel's conduct in Gaza.
The United Nations top court opening 2 days of hearings this morning into Israel's military operations in Gaza. The International Court of Justice will consider a request by South Africa for the court to order Israel to withdraw from the southern Gaza city of Rafah to protect civilians there.
This is actually the fourth time that South Africa has asked the court to take emergency measures regarding Gaza. International correspondent Alex Conti has more now from The Hague.
Well, the hearings today at the International Court of Justice behind me will be all about South Africa putting its case forward for the court to order Israel to stop its military operations in Rafah. That will be the big question. The argument by South Africa is that the Rafah operation creates conditions where human life cannot be sustained, and therefore that would be a breach of the Genocide Convention because it risks the total elimination of the Palestinian people in Gaza. That is the South African argument. Israel pushing back, saying that it is a self-defense operation after the atrocities of October 7th. We will hear
self-defense
on Friday, but in the next few hours, South Africa putting its case forward in front of the ICJ. Behind me, that will be part of a broader case brought by South Africa, but really the embodiment of that international pressure on Israel. The big question after that, if the court rules in favor of South Africa, well, the enforcement of that legally binding order will be up to the UN Security Council, which means the U.S. administration's position on the Rafah operation will be crucial. If they abstain or vote for enforcement action, it could have an impact on the ground in Gaza. But first, we'll hear from South Africa, then the Israeli defense, then a couple of weeks until we hear the court's decision, but then all eyes on Washington. Alex Cadier, Scripps News, The Hague.
Bringing it back to the U.S., protests continue on college campuses. They've actually spread to campuses in Europe, with Oxford having protests breaking out. I have no clue what pronunciation did I butcher, and I apologize for it. Last night at UC Irvine, protests escalated and arrests were made by cops. They tore down a pro-Palestinian encampment.
To arrest people, I just saw one person come out. They're putting zip ties on them.
Fuzzy face.
Not too far ahead of us, and they are ripping apart this camp. Police are moving in right now. They're moving in quickly and starting to put people in zip ties and ripping up the camp. We've got some more police over here. Yeah, you can hear the protesters right now chanting peaceful protest as the police are moving in and starting to make these arrests. Let's see what this gentleman has to say. Excuse me, what happened?
I don't know. I was standing there and they pulled me into the cop crowd. I was just in the front of the line.
You have family in Palestine or no? Are you a member of UC Irvine?
Yes, I am.
And you're
Tell us who you are.
I am a faculty member at the University of California, Irvine.
And what brought you out here today?
I'm out here supporting my students who have the right to peacefully protest. And unlike the people who are escorting me right now, I think they're people, my students are not interested in violence. They're only interested in drawing attention to a genocide. And these police officers decided to grab me, even though I wasn't doing anything or saying anything any different from anyone else.
Yeah, what do you have to say to the people in Gaza right now? What's going on?
To the people of Gaza, I say we are with you.
Professor, what do you teach?
You heard that. A professor at UC Irvine.
Why are you trying to dox him?
He didn't feel like it was right for the students here to be getting apprehended, so he was willing to get apprehended himself, and you can see him getting walked away right now with the zip ties about to be placed into a police car. And we're seeing more and more of these demonstrators getting arrested and getting walked out here right this second as the police are pulling apart this camp. And she looks like she's talking to police. Excuse me, what happened?
They arrested me for a peaceful protest.
Please stay back, sir. Please stay back.
So she said that they arrested her for a peaceful protest. But we understand, too, like we've been saying, Alex and Christine, that some of these demonstrators took over a building today, and that's when police were called in. And it also sounds like it went from a 50 or 60 person a day protest for the last couple weeks to all of a sudden a couple hundred people showed up, and that's when this building was taken over.
And there's no doubt that in the time that we've been on the air, the number of people that have begun to gather outside of this building has gone up dramatically.
All those fucking riot police called on students. It is disgusting. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, you're not on the right side of history. There is never in the history of this country been student protests and the crackdown was on the right side of history. The people that were against the student protesters were on the right side of history. Solidarity with the protesters, solidarity with the workers at the University of California college system. The UC academic workers have voted to strike.
More conflict at some of California's universities. At UC Berkeley, pro-Palestinian protesters have taken over an abandoned building just a day after the clearing of an encampment there on campus. Meantime, at UC Davis, a group of protesters say they have no intention of leaving. Then at UC Irvine in Southern California, police have arrested over a dozen protesters, including faculty members, after breaking up an anti-Israel encampment there. And it is sites like those that you see that have some UC workers saying enough is enough.
A strike across those UC campuses has been authorized after multiple encampments from UCLA to UC San Diego have been torn down by police wearing riot gear. KCR3's Aaron Heft has more from UC Davis.
This is a very unique circumstances. These unions and their strikes, they don't typically get entrenched in politics or political stances. Well, this is, and in the next 24 hours, we'll know exactly how affected these campuses will become. Now, the union involved is called UAW 4811. They represent 48,000 University of California student academic workers, including those here at UC Davis. According to the union, the strike would be, quote, in response to the UC's unprecedented acts of intimidation and retaliation directed at our rights as academic employees to free speech, protest, and collective action, end quote. This while meantime, a group of protesters encamped at UC Davis say they have no intention of leaving. The group against the Israel-Hamas war has been camped out in place for over 10 days. The camp has now grown to over 200 people. Organizers say they met with university leaders to discuss their demands. One of those key demands is not doing business with entities tied to Israel. As of right now, it looks like that will most likely be most heavily affected will be UCLA, UC San Diego, and UC Irvine. At the UC Davis campus, Aaron Heft, KCRA 3 News.
Solidarity with the workers, solidarity with the protesters. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to have to go take a commercial break. When we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to talk about how the campus of Morehouse College is reacting to the fact that Biden will be giving a commencement speech there. We're going to talk about the Trump-Biden debates, the VP debate. Biden apparently invoking executive privilege to prevent the release of the Thur special counsel audio from being released. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, recommended for contempt charges by the House. We're going to talk about marijuana reclassification. A statue of Billy Graham unveiled. Mitt Romney has come out and said that Joe Biden should have pardoned Trump.
Come on, man.
If you're watching on Twitch, we do all the ads one time. You just get the 3 minutes, then it's over with. Nobody misses any content. I'm just going to sit here and get a little high with everybody. We got all kinds of crazy crime stories. Kanye doing porn. A Bluey event in Las Vegas was apparently has parents outraged. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. I think I had to go reset everything over here on the stream manager because I reformatted my computer yesterday. Anybody sneak in on me that I haven't said hey to yet? Welcome in. Love all of you. Weed indeed. If you saw me when what story were we doing? The France Caledonia New Caledonia story. And I took a gigantic rip and got choked up. Damn. How many of you hitting the weed over and over again? Goddamn. Tadpole, I haven't even said hey to you. Welcome in, my friends. I guess I definitely got to pack a new one. Oh, shit. Guys. I can only smoke so much. Oh, fuck. Gonna work on some new drops. Gotta definitely do the are you gonna call me a sick fuck? Senator Kennedy did the other day. Apparently, Twitch will let you have twerking emotes now, so you guys can have the wash your ass emote.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
I may have lied. I'm not gonna sit here and smoke with you guys because I need to go take a tinkle real fast. Maybe refill my coffee. Give me like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Freakin' News is coming back, I swear, by like the end of this month. I will be running on because we've got the debates and the Libertarian Convention is at the end of this month. So we'll be back to 5 nights a week. We'll be back to Freakin' Newses. Right back from commercial break. I don't even see fucking... you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Ah, shit. Tadpole, redeem beanie time. Gotta go find my beanie. I'm not going to the convention, but we're certainly gonna watch it. RFK and Trump speaking at the Libertarian Convention. We might cover, like, I don't know how many days it is. I don't know what the time is. It's probably like 3 days. We're gonna be on stream a lot throughout this year. Got a lot of election coverage to go over. Speaking of election, the Democratic nominee, the current president, is going to be speaking at Morehouse College, giving the commencement speech. Students are split on how they feel about Joe Biden coming to their campus.
Well, in just 2 days, President Joe Biden will be in town. He is set to give the commencement speech at Morehouse College.
That's right. This decision has come with mixed reactions from both students.
I wear it better than Poole.
11 Alive's Karis Belger live at Morehouse tonight as this visit is getting closer. Karis, what are people telling you?
Well, students and alum of Morehouse College are telling me, on the one hand, they're honored that a sitting president would come and speak to the graduating class. On the other hand, some of them disagree not only with the decision to have Biden speak, but also to reward him with an honorary degree. As the stage and seats go up on the campus screen, Morehouse College students have varied opinions about the man chosen to speak at the college's 140th commencement ceremony, President Joe Biden.
Because, it's the president, having the president come speak for the seniors is always a great thing.
Sophomore student Tyler West says he understands why some are against the president's visit, but it's an honor nonetheless.
I know the things are in the Middle East that's going bad, and but yeah, I think the president speaking for everybody is very good.
The announcement of Biden as the 140th commencement speaker came last month. In the weeks that followed, some students began to voice their outrage at the decision, including Anwar Kareem.
I think, the students, part of having the right to protest and assemble and express our concerns is having the right to do that.
A Change.org petition began circulating, asking the college to rescind Biden's invitation, and protests popped up on campus. Kareem tells me his main opposition is the president's policies during the...
No, I would say to the students, no, you don't want to rescind it. You want to protest while he's there. That will get the most attention. You want to be strategic about these things. You don't want the invitation rescinded.
The Israel-Hamas war. The college also elected to give Biden an honorary degree at Sunday's ceremony, a decision Kareem is staunchly against. The conversation has also sparked division among Morehouse alumni. One alum sent the following letter from the school's Alumni Association leadership. It says, in part, wherever you stand as a member of this community, you do so at a time when Morehouse will once again be on the global stage. For now, students say they will wait.
I disagree. Don't boycott it. Go to it and walk out. Walk out in the middle and do it in a way to where it's little small groups walking out all throughout the speech. Be strategic about it. Make a scene. 3 or 4 of you walk out at a time and just do it all through the whole speech. That's how you do it.
Wait to see if either the president of the college or the country will acknowledge their concerns. Now, I spoke with both Anwar and Tyler, who tell me that they realize that this is an opportunity for President Biden to campaign, but they hope at the end of the day, everyone will keep in mind the graduating seniors who will be on the lawn on Sunday. Back to you.
The pageantry of graduation is just bullshit. Like, congratulations to you guys, but it doesn't mean fucking anything. I didn't even go to my commencement ceremony. My mom was very pissed off about that. And I was like, the thing that meant something to me was the screening of my movie. I don't give a shit about walking the aisle and getting the diploma. That's just absolute bullshit. Yeah, when they call your names, walk out instead of walking up. But also make a scene during Biden's speech. Minty Treasure, good evening. Let's go, Brandon.
Come on, man.
The Ponder Monkey. Or I always be fucked up. Do everything fucked up. I highly encourage that. We like kicking authority in the balls around here.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Speaking of Joe Biden, apparently he and Donald Trump have come to an agreement on terms for at least one debate held in July.
The race for the White House. We are learning more about the schedule for upcoming debates.
Yeah, both sides think they scored an advantage. Doug Luzader joins us now from Washington. The debates won't have the same rules, so to speak, as we've seen in previous presidential debates, right?
Yeah, no audience, for one thing. So it's going to be very interesting to watch these play out. Both campaigns, the Biden and the Trump campaigns, bypassed the Commission on Presidential Debates and worked this out on their own.
Make my day, pal.
It began with a taunt from President Biden challenging Donald Trump to 2 debates. It didn't take long for Trump to accept. Let's get ready to rumble, he wrote.
The more Joe Biden is talking after 9 p.m., the better it's going to be for President Trump.
And just like that, 2 debates took shape, one on June 27th, hosted by CNN, the other on September 10th on ABC. Trump had been calling for debates for some time. An internal debate, meantime, played out in the Biden camp. Would a debate help or hurt? But recent polls may have driven the decision. Mark Penn was a strategist for President Clinton.
I totally, Mox, also, good evening. The no audience thing is to Biden's favor. An audience would probably work to... Trump is going to play to the cameras, play to the audience. He doesn't care so much about, going over policy as he does getting a zinger. And Trump feeds off a crowd. Now, usually there are rules against reacting to the candidate's comments, but, that's not stopped him in previous debates. So I totally think this is to Biden's advantage.
Obviously, it's uphill for President Biden, or he wouldn't be debating in the first place.
But by agreeing, Trump acquiesced to nearly all of Biden's demands. No live audiences and friendly networks for the president.
Biden seemed to be driving this car all day, and I think that you will see Republicans questioning. They don't like CNN. They really don't like ABC. They'll be questioning why President Trump agreed so quickly to do it this way.
That means the first debate will happen before the conventions this summer. And with the likelihood of big pro-Palestinian protests at the DNC event, one Democrat even suggested canceling it.
And frankly,
no,
be in the best interest of the Democratic Party to forego the convention this year and focus on campaigning, because I don't see any way it can be accretive to the mission of winning the next election.
Fuck you.
Seems
Fuck
like
you.
At this point, they would cancel the convention. We'll see. It's scheduled for August after this first debate is scheduled to take place. Back to you guys.
All right, Doug. Thank you.
If they cancel the convention, I'm going to be so pissed off. Not only because, it's content for me for 3 or 4 days. But just like how do you... One, I want to see the protests. I want to see these politicians get protested during the convention. Unfortunately, I'm sure there's going to be a violent crackdown by the cops around the convention. But I also want to hear the speeches. I want to see what they got. Well, I mean, it is pretty much a coronation and not a democratic process. Technically, they are voting when they get there, but I had an argument with someone the other day. It was like, they need to replace Biden. I'm like, they don't really have the power. There is a mechanism to do so, but they don't, like, it's kind of murky on how they would go about replacing Biden. I don't like that. So Biden has made a lot of missteps this week. I think he should have had a fucking RFK on the stage. I think RFK helps Joe Biden. My shirt says ECFW. EC dub. EC dub. Not only have they agreed to 2 presidential debates, apparently they have now agreed to a vice presidential debate.
Biden is commemorating the 70th anniversary of the landmark Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court ruling that outlawed segregation in U.S. public schools. He's meeting with some of the plaintiffs' family members at the White House today. Meanwhile, we can confirm that the Biden campaign has accepted CBS News' offer to host a vice presidential debate. I want to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, who is there for us. So, Nancy.
Now, I wonder if you're already agreeing, who do I like better, Terry Funk or I love Sabu, but like Terry Funk all day long. You get like the Funkster is one of the greatest of all time. If we've agreed to a vice presidential debate, does that mean we're very close to hearing who Trump is going to pick as his vice presidential candidate?
Let's start off with the vice presidential debate. What do we know so far?
Hey, Lana, so we know that the Biden campaign has accepted this offer by CBS News and that they say that they are open to one of 2 dates, either July 23rd or August 13th, 2 dates that were put forward by CBS News. CBS is now waiting to hear back from the Trump campaign. Things are a little more complicated for them, as you can imagine, Lana, because former President Trump hasn't officially chosen a running mate yet. And typically,
it's usually a summer thing.
Who that running mate is till around the time of the Democratic or Republican convention, depending on who's running. And the convention this year only takes place about a week before that July 23rd date. So you can imagine the Trump team having a bit of a problem with that. But beyond that, other than the fact that the Trump team said yesterday that they're open to 4 presidential debates, so you would imagine they'd be open to a vice presidential debate as well, but we still haven't gotten a firm yes from them.
All right, we'll be waiting for all of those additional details, and we know you'll have them. In the meantime, Nancy, let's talk about...
Now, I will give it to Vice President Harris. She's actually pretty good when you're like one-on-one. She was good at grilling people in the Senate. She's not very good in front of crowds. But she's pretty good. Like, she did well in the vice presidential debate against Mike Pence. So I think she'll hold her own.
Biden being scheduled.
Especially since I think she's going to be facing off against Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that's going to be fucking fun to watch.
The commencement speech at the historically black Morehouse College on Friday. The school's president says that he'll cancel the ceremonies if protests over the Israel-Hamas war get out of hand. What are you hearing from the White House?
It's a really tricky situation, as you can imagine. Actually, the president did a radio interview this morning in which he said that every American has a God-given right to protest, and he supports that, but he also laid out what he has done for the Palestinian people. He said some people think that he has the power to simply stop this war, and he insisted that he does not. Now, we are going to get
I mean, he doesn't, but yet he has a hell of a lot more power than what he is exerting.
a briefing shortly from Stephen Benjamin. He's the director of the Office of Public Engagement, one of the key point people to the African American community. He actually traveled down to Morehouse not long ago to try to ease tensions in advance of this speech, because obviously the White House has a vested interest in things going off without a hitch this weekend. And so we'll want to ask him, Lana, what the White House is doing to prepare for this speech and what the White House thinks of some of the criticism that has come the president's way.
Well, the president's also meeting with plaintiffs from Brown versus the Board of Education today. Obviously, a major milestone in American history. What do we know about the visit?
Right. Well, we're coming up on the 70th anniversary of the Brown v. Board of Education landmark ruling that really changed education in this country 70 years ago. And so the White House is marking that anniversary. It's one of several events that the president is going to be participating in this week. He's also going to be giving remarks at the National Museum of African American History. And that speech at Morehouse was sort of supposed to be the capstone of this week. And typically, when a president is giving an address at a college or university, it's seen as a big feather in the cap of that university. And that's why the White House is so focused, and that's why you're hearing so much from the administration at Morehouse about how they want to make sure that things go well this weekend.
All right.
So since we are talking about the Supreme Court, I want to go ahead and throw it out there that the Supreme Court actually upheld the funding for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau today, saying it does not violate the Constitution, which is a shock. Shocked, I tell you, shock. As long as we are talking about financials, the Dow actually closed or hit 40,000 for the first time today. I don't think it closed at 40,000. I think it dipped back down below it. First time ever. Right. This is one of numerous records that the stock market has set since Joe Biden has been in office.
See the Dow still above the 40,000 level, 40,025 to be precise. Hit that number about an hour ago. Check Walmart. A very strong earnings report this morning, and the stock is sharply higher. For a company that size, a 5% gain in the stock price is really something else. I want to bring in
Purgatoris, you're gonna pick Kristi Noem, the puppy killer. I think that's the reason why. She knows that Trump doesn't like dogs. I think that's why she wrote that book, but it backfired, and now she doesn't have the appeal. Trump probably liked the fact that she shot a puppy in the face. She doesn't have the appeal anymore, and the campaign will advise against picking her. I believe it's going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene because he needs to win Georgia. I think she has been kissing his ass to try to be the vice presidential candidate. She is like the number 2 or number 1 fundraiser in the Republican Party. She's got a lot of things going for her, is why I think that she will be the vice presidential pick. Carrie Lake from Arizona, I thought would make a good vice presidential pick. She's running for Senate. Tim Scott, he's going to pick somebody that's a token, right? He's going to pick somebody that, a woman or a black guy, so that you don't rule out Tim Scott. Katie Britt would be hilarious. I don't think that woman has much of a future in politics, though. It's amazing that she got to be the senator from Alabama. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a firebrand. She's going to go out there. She's going to attack people. She's got everything that she animates his base. That's why I'm sticking by and I've been saying this for years now. I think he's going to pick Marjorie Taylor Greene. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Tuberville is the more respectable one. Especially after his little diatribe yesterday. We're going to get to the court here a little bit. Alabama had a fantastic senator in Doug Jones for like a year and a half. After that whole Roy Moore fiasco where he was trying to hit on little kids at the mall. Doug Jones, still who I believe Joe Biden should have picked to head up the DOJ. If you don't know who Doug Jones is, he was actually the man who had the balls to prosecute the Birmingham church bombers. He was a great senator, the best you could have ever asked for out of Alabama, and he would have made a great attorney general. But for some unbeknownst reason to me, I guess because they felt that he got screwed over because he's not on the Supreme Court, Joe Biden went with Merrick Garland, who today was recommended for contempt charges from the House Judiciary. But first, we're going to talk about the president invoking executive privilege over the Thur special counsel interview audio.
President Biden today used executive privilege to deny House Republicans.
Sorry, I saw the picture of Merrick Garland. Thought I was going to the contempt charges. I was like, oops, wrong story. I had to switch my transition mid-sentence.
Access to audio recordings from his interview with special counsel Robert Thur. The October 2023 interview centered on the president's handling of classified documents. Thur's report described the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. House Republicans, including Representatives Jim Jordan and James Comer, requested the audio and planned to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to provide it. Earlier today, Garland addressed the matter.
There have been a series of unprecedented and, frankly, unfounded attacks on the Justice Department. This request, this effort to use contempt as a method of obtaining our sensitive law enforcement files is just the most recent.
Following it all is NPR's Carrie Johnson, who joins us now. So, Carrie, House Republicans already have transcripts of the interviews provided by the White House. What's their argument for why they need the actual audio, and why was that request denied?
Jim Jordan of the House Judiciary Committee signaled that he simply doesn't trust the White House in this transcript. He wants to see what Biden said and hear what Biden said for himself. And he said more about the president's state of mind and his memory issues.
No flash. We're getting ready to get to that in the crime section. Here's the thing is I think the audio would make Biden look good. I believe that he evoked executive privilege because they don't want the Republicans using clips from it in the campaign in the fall. But I think that, like, this is a bad move on his part. I think this is a misstep. If I was in his communications office, I would advise him against this, release the audio. But I'm always in favor, like, release the transcript, own up to everything. You know, the truth is going to come out. And that's another thing is, like, in the exchange where he couldn't, apparently they described it as he couldn't remember Bo's birthday or the date he died or whatever, like, the transcript made it seem like it was so innocuous. Whereas Republicans ran with like he couldn't even remember when his kid died. But like he's talking about his grief and the time period and shit, and he's trying to remember dates. I think that audio would have absolutely humanized him. But hey, what do I know?
mind and his memory issues could become more clear if he's able to hear the audio. The Justice Department and the White House seem to be signaling that they've already made extraordinary accommodations. They've given written transcripts. They've given House Republicans correspondence between the Justice Department and Biden's White House counsel and his private lawyers, and a couple of classified documents as well. And they're drawing a line that enough is enough, and that House Republicans do not need to hear these audio tapes at this time.
President Biden had insisted that Hur had mischaracterized the interviews when the transcripts came out, but now they won't release the audio. Doesn't that put the White House in a difficult position here?
It does to some extent, but I think the White House may be making a calculation that it's better to receive criticism on that point than to try to release the audio, which, as the White House counsel said, could then be sliced and diced and chopped up as part of campaign ads before the November election.
Yep.
What about this move, as we reported earlier, to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for not providing that audio? Where does that stand now?
The White House has asserted executive privilege, but the House Judiciary Committee went right ahead along party lines this afternoon and voted to hold Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, in contempt. We expect a similar vote overnight by the House Oversight Committee. Then, of course, Amna, that whole issue has to get on the House floor. The full House would have to vote. A majority of the full House would have to vote in order to hold Merrick Garland in contempt. But now that the White House has asserted executive privilege, Merrick Garland basically has a legal shield, a legal defense, and so he couldn't be prosecuted for this anyway.
Kerry, House Republicans' efforts to impeach the...
Well, I mean, they're recommending that the DOJ bring contempt charges against the head of the DOJ. It's insane.
President have stalled. Their attempt to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary failed. Do they now have their sights set on Merrick Garland?
Merrick Garland seems to think so. In his remarks to reporters this morning at the Justice Department, he cast this move as yet another in a series of what he called unfounded attacks on the Justice Department, federal agents and prosecutors, Republican attempts to defund the special counsel Jack Smith, who's secured 2 indictments against former President Donald Trump. That, Merrick Garland says, is wrong, and he's going to defend the institution and the people who work there.
That is NPR's Carrie Johnson joining us tonight. Carrie, thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. Shut up, Lester. Oh, sorry. There's no Lester. But there is a Billy. A statue of Reverend Billy Graham was unveiled at the U.S. Capitol yesterday. DJ Dub.
I don't ever get nervous for public speaking, but I am nervous today. Can I be honest with you? Because Billy Graham is such a towering figure in my life, and as he is in all of our lives. It's always a long journey to get a statue here in the Capitol, but we have a lot of thanks to give out today. Many people who helped to bring this day about and make this possible. Billy Graham finally takes his rightful place on these hallowed grounds of American democracy.
My father would be a little uncomfortable.
I'm a little uncomfortable, you fucking skeezy piece of shit.
With this being here, because he would want the focus to be on the one that preached. He'd want the focus to be.
Is he considered prosperity gospel? He was the revival preacher of like the Great Awakening in the 60s and helped fucking really bring religion into the political sphere.
Be on the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God.
Today we acknowledge that he is a better representation of our state than the statue it replaces, which brought memories of a painful history of racism. Not that Reverend Graham was perfect. He would have been the first.
What statue did it replace?
Instead, he realized that he and all of us here today have feet of clay. We are imperfect. We have been found wanting. But he believed, as many of us do, that there is redemption.
Trying to get an answer to which statue that replaced. It was North Carolina Governor Charles Aycock, well known as an education advocate, fallen from favor because of his ties to white supremacy. I'm sorry, I said the 60s. His Southern Crusades actually began in 1953. I'm sorry, the beanie's got to come off. I'm hot. Burning me up over here. We replace a bigot with another bigot. That's exactly right. You guys got one rolled? Do you have one packed? You got one ready to light up? As long as we're talking about the Justice Department, we are looking at reclassification of marijuana.
The Justice Department is officially moving forward with the reclassification of marijuana as a Schedule III drug. The move would not legalize cannabis or decriminalize it on a nationwide scale, but it would ultimately ease restrictions on the drug and give it some of the same sort of regulatory parity as other substances like ketamine and anabolic steroids. So for more on all of this and what exactly it means, I want to bring in CBS News Justice Department reporter and producer Robert Legary. So, Robert, how significant is this push for reclassification?
Hey, Lana, thanks for having me. That's right. So today, the Justice Department officially submitted to the Federal Register what is called a proposed rule or a notice of proposed rulemaking. And this is basically the Justice Department saying we intend, letting the federal government know, we intend to reschedule marijuana from a Schedule III substance to from a Schedule I substance to a Schedule III substance. And so that basically means the significance of this is basically that it takes it from being from classifying it as a very addictive substance, one that has no medical purposes and that poses a danger, to one that actually could be used in a medical setting and is less likely to be addictive. That's according to the HHS review of this that was initiated in 2022. The Attorney General is now submitting this proposed rule saying that they intend to do this in the coming days.
So then is it a done deal? Do other things need to happen in order for this reclassification to be approved? What's the timeline look like also for all this?
Sure. So to answer that question, we got to go back to 2022. October of 2022, President Biden asked HHS and DOJ to take a look at this issue. HHS evaluated it and basically submitted its recommendation to the Justice Department and DEA. DEA is the law enforcement component.
Fuck the DEA.
Or under the auspices of the Justice Department that handles all of the drug enforcement issues. And so after that review, it came here to DOJ. They are now submitting it to the Federal Register. There's a 60-day.
Yes, it was Schedule I. It was up there with heroin. It's insane.
Comment period, and so there's going to be some administrative review in that period as well. And then after that 60-day period, the Justice Department will officially make the rule, put the rule into the Federal Register.
So what then does this mean? We mentioned that it's not being legalized, it's not being decriminalized. What does this actually mean then in terms of how people who are producing it, using it for medical purposes, et cetera, then operating under this reclassification?
Right. So as you said at the top, this is not a decriminalization.
Unfortunately.
And it's also not making it legal throughout the country. What this is just doing is saying that there are going to be less restrictions on it, and the federal government views it as less dangerous. That doesn't mean that people who traffic it aren't going to be charged anymore at the federal level. And again, this is kind of part of a broader push by the Biden administration to take a different approach to marijuana and cannabis policy. You'll remember that last year, the Biden administration moved to pardon a few individuals, not a few individuals, hundreds of individuals, who were convicted of simple possession of the drug. And so this is just like the next step in the administration's view of changing its policy and stance of the federal government towards marijuana.
All right. Robert Legary, thank you.
The phrase too little and too late comes to mind. I can't believe it has taken this long. I hope you guys got high during that. I hope everybody, if you partake, I hope you lit up during that segment because you're going to need it for this next segment. As always, I have to hit a content warning anytime we're playing a segment from former Republican Congressman, shit lib hero, and apparently Joe Biden's favorite show, Morning Joe, who's apparently taking Mitt Romney to task for saying that Biden should have pardoned Donald Trump.
This week, leaders in the Republican Party went up to that trial, stood outside the courthouse, and attacked our legal system. How does that make you feel about Republicans right now?
Yeah, I think it's a terrible fault for our country to see people attacking our legal system. That's an enormous mistake. I think it's also demeaning for people to quite apparently try and run for vice president by donning the red tie and standing outside the courthouse. It's just, I'd have felt awkward were I one of those individuals. But I can also say...
Did you feel awkward when you had that meeting with Trump before his first term, when you were trying to be Secretary of State? I don't know what you were going for. Some sort of cabinet position.
I think President Biden made an enormous error. He should have fought like crazy to keep this prosecution from going forward. It was a win-win for Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is exonerated...
Is that Joe Biden's job, or is that shouldn't there be a separation?
I've been around for a while. If LBJ had been president and he didn't want something like this to happen, he'd have been all over that prosecutor saying, you better not bring that forward or I'm going to drive you out of office.
But I'm pretty sure you support having separate but equal branches of government.
I do, but I also, let me tell you, I mean, you may disagree with this, but had I been President Biden, when the Justice Department brought out indictments, I would have immediately pardoned him. I'd have pardoned President Trump. Why? Well, because it makes me...
I'm sure he does not have the gigantic dick that LBJ had.
President Biden, the big guy, and the person I pardoned, the little guy.
I am so confused, Stephanie, for a lot of reasons.
First of all, Donald Trump hasn't admitted guilt.
Yeah, and also, it's not 1965. Like, LBJ pressuring people to either prosecute or not prosecute. It's exactly what scares us about what Donald Trump's promising to do in the next term. So he's not any different than Donald Trump there, saying as president, I would have pressured prosecutors. There's also the possibility that you pressure a prosecutor to drop a case and the prosecutor says, screw you, making that prosecutor even more powerful. He's feeding into the lie, and I don't think he's attempting to feed into the lie here.
What is that face Mika's making?
A lot of Fox News primetime hosts spread that this all was concocted by Joe Biden and could all be ended by Joe Biden. That's number one. I would love for you to talk about that. Number two, I'd also love to have you talk about how Mitt Romney...
Frisk, welcome.
That a guy who's a former president... who stole nuclear secrets.
Wait, are you saying Mika was having a stroke on air? That was a weird-looking face she was making, especially when they first came back from the clip.
Brits who stole our secret invasion plans to Iran, which we may still have to do at some point, who stole some of the most
Warhawk
secrets about the United States regarding our defense weaknesses. And then lied about it to the FBI. FBI tries to get it back. Justice Department tries to get it back. Lies. Then when that doesn't work, he goes to his IT person, pressures him to destroy the information. The IT person, the cameras, refuses to. Then he goes to his groundskeeper, says, can you flood out those rooms with all of those documents, drain the pool, according to testimony that we're going to be hearing. All of this, massive cover-ups, obstruction of justice on top secret...
Is she cross-eyed?
...issues, including nuclear secrets.
Senator Romney agrees with everything he said.
Yeah, but Mitt Romney just said, we should have just given him a free...
Oh, I am certain that Joe and Mika own Defense Department or defense contractor stock. I didn't know until the Majority Report played the clip a couple of days ago that Mika's dad was some fucking Defense Department fucking ghoul. That's where she got her. She's a Nepo baby. So fuck you, Mika. Fuck you, Joe. Yeah, I highly recommend going back. I think it was Tuesday when they played that. I had no idea who Mika's dad was. And he is apparently a gigantic piece of shit. That was slightly right. Slightly right about the Palestinians. In whatever clip it was from like 25, 30 years ago that they played. As we're on the topic of Trump, the defense getting ready to wrap up, or may have wrapped up today, this hush money trial coming to an end. The defense was cross-examining Michael Cohen. They are not going to call any witnesses. So the prosecution gets like another day, and then boom, we're off to the jury.
Trump squad returned to court today, including 2 firebrand members of Congress, Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz. Inside the packed courtroom, Boebert sat right behind Trump, repeatedly posting on social media, even though it's against the rules. She called the trial a sham show. They may have gagged President Trump. They didn't gag me. Matt Gaetz posted a photo of himself at court. Why are you here?
We're here to defend President Trump.
Is she saying she has no gag reflex? Oh, why did I have to go there?
You live in sexual anarchy?
The defense is not calling any witnesses. And apparently the prosecution wasn't planning to close with Michael Cohen, but changed course and is now closing with Michael Cohen.
Outside, they blasted the prosecution's star witness, former Trump fixer, Michael Cohen.
There is literally no branch of government that Michael Cohen has not lied to.
Someone who has a podcast, who screams explicitives against President Trump.
And those expletives were heard by the jury today. Clips from Michael Cohen's podcast were played in court as Trump's attorneys sought to show the fixer's hatred of his former boss.
I truly hope that this man ends up in prison.
You called him Dumbass Donald. Is that correct?
Sounds like me.
Todd Blanche asked Cohen. That's right.
They played a recording of Michael Cohen yelling and screaming. And
there was some comment that Blanche asked him about, and he was like, that sounds like me.
during that recording, it's very different from what he is on the stand. He's been very cool, calm, and collected.
And look at this. As Lauren Boebert was speaking to reporters, one joker tried to get her to sign a Beetlejuice playbill, a cheeky reminder of the night she got frisky at a Denver theater during a performance of Beetlejuice the musical. Meantime, we're learning more
Fantastic.
about the presidential debate between President Biden and Donald
Now,
Trump.
I do believe that was the Good Liars that did that. So, always doing a great job, the Good Liars.
Trump came together so quickly. At 8 a.m. yesterday, Biden challenging Trump to a debate was posted on social media.
Make my day, pal.
Just issued you a debate challenge. Do you accept?
Oh, absolutely.
10:14 a.m. Biden posts that he has accepted an invitation from CNN. Over to you, Donald. Trump's response, I am ready and willing. So it was all put together in just over 2 hours. But that's not the whole story.
There had been conversations behind the scenes, I was told, between two very senior people at the Trump campaign and also with the Biden campaign, kind of laying the groundwork to make sure, are we doing this?
The debate is big-time fodder for the late-night comics.
The first debate will be next month, which is the earliest a presidential debate has ever been.
Yeah, seriously.
Being honest, an early bird debate feels right for these guys.
These two men last debated back in October, right, of 2020. We all remember gathering with our friends and families on the couch to say,
don't be so hard on Colbert and Fallon.
Happen again in 4 years.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen.
I like Colbert and Fallon, all right. They're not losers. Yes, we the people are losers here. Speaking of Trump's gag order, gag reflexes, Trump has appealed his gag order to the New York Supreme Court. Trump's lawyers filed court papers initiating a new appeal on Wednesday, one day after a lower appellate court rejected Trump's bid to lift or modify the gag order. The gag order forbids Trump from commenting on witnesses, jurors, and other people involved in the hush money case, Since the trial began, Justice Juan Merchan, who imposed the gag order, has twice held Trump in contempt for violating it and has fined Trump $10,000. The judge has threatened to jail Trump for future violations. At New York's top court, known as the New York Court of Appeals. I'm sorry, I called it the Supreme Court, my bad. Trump is appealing Tuesday's decision by the state's Intermediate Appeals Court that rejected his effort to overturn or amend the gag order. A 5-judge panel wrote that Judge Merchan properly determined the petitioner's public statements posed a significant threat to the integrity of the testimony of witnesses and potential witnesses in this case as well. Trump's appeal comes as his criminal trial is expected to see a third day of testimony on Thursday by his former fixer Michael Cohen, who was one of the prosecution's key witnesses. Trump's social media post about Cohen expressing his animosity towards former Trump loyalist who broke with his boss were the basis for some of the gag order violations. You also have Tommy Tuberville. I was hoping that clip would be included. Tommy Tuberville literally saying they were circumventing the gag order when he spoke outside of the court. Here are some of the people that spoke today. You heard a clip of Boebert and Gates earlier. Here's a little more.
Because there are things we can say that President Trump is unjustly not allowed to say.
This gag order is to ensure that he cannot defend himself fairly. So we're here to have his back.
This is a sham trial.
This is a scam. It is a sham. It is a show.
It is by no coincidence that you have Goldman, a member of House Oversight who's a Democrat, prepared Cohen for his testimony, is also retained by the judge's daughter as a client. Does that seem like it's not sham to you?
We have a judge whose daughter is making money. We have a judge whose family is enriching themselves on what's happening today.
This is not
a
prosecution. This is a persecution. We have a two-tier justice system in this country.
If you ever wondered if there were two tiers of justice and if the American government was weaponized against...
Now, they're all just talking points that Trump has probably written out for him. Apparently, he was caught in court actually writing notes for them.
its own citizens, you don't have to wonder anymore.
No other American in the country would be charged with this type of crime. It's like the Mr. Potato Head doll of crimes, where they had to stick together.
Yes, Congress was in session today.
Not belong together.
You know what their intent is? This is their intent, to put him behind bars. And the American people are going to say no.
They know that President Trump is the biggest obstacle in between them destroying this country and turning it into some totalitarian state, and that's what...
With that many representatives in New York, somebody should have filed a motion to vacate and fucking elected a Democrat as the Speaker of the House. Like, what the hell? Why were there so many of them there?
What they want.
We all know that the Biden team knows that they're not going to be able to win this election by doing the Biden basement tour again. We're here to stand with President Trump and to let them know that are trying to silence him that we will not be silenced.
President Trump is not going anywhere. He's coming back for another 4 years. And we are not going anywhere either. We are here to stand with him as he stands up for you.
Wow. Wow. I was wrong about Tuberville. Tuberville wasn't yesterday. Tuberville was apparently day before yesterday. A senator went and sat in on the trial, wanting to help Trump circumvent the gag order. He literally says it.
Vance, yeah, Auburn fan here. I want to reiterate the same thing. First of all, I'm disappointed in the courtroom. I'm hearing Mr. Trump. He is former President Trump. Give him some respect. I mean, that's what that place is in there. It's no respect. Here's what I'm seeing, too. It is depressing. That courtroom is depressing. This is New York City, the icon of our country, and we got a courtroom that's the most depressing thing I've ever been in. Mental anguish is trying to be pushed on the Republican candidate for the President of the United States this year. That's all this is. He's been here a month. He's been here a month. I am disappointed in looking at
Rodney Dangerfield over here.
Citizens in that courtroom that the DA comes in and he acts like it is his Super Bowl. And I guess it is, to be noticed.
But then, like, he isn't going to fucking wear a rainbow suit onto the golf course and then jam some fucking Journey in the middle of a round. I would piss in J.D. Vance's open heart hole, yes. And also, J.D. Vance wrote the Hillbilly Effigy. Is that what No, Hillbilly Eulogy? Fucking what the fuck was the name of that book? That's where I'm from Pikeville, Kentucky. So, fuck you, Hillbilly Elegy. Yeah, there we go. Hillbilly Effigy. Oh, shit. Rodney Dangerfield should get some respect because he's one of the greatest comedians of all time.
But that's what's happening in this country. The Republican candidate for President of the United States is going through mental anguish.
Mental anguish.
That's very depressing. Very depressing. I'm glad to stand by President Trump. I'm a friend of his. I'm here more as a friend than backing him as candidate as president. I'm sitting there listening to a guy on the stand that they had to get out of house arrest because he lied in another court to testify in this court. He
is orange.
Convicted felon. I mean, this guy, he's up there giving an acting scene.
A convicted felon for what he did for Trump, you dipshit.
And all of a sudden he comes out and says, oh, I have recorded President Trump on my telephone. This guy worked for President Trump. I mean, how can you be convinced by somebody that is a serial liar? I mean, there should be no reason that anybody should listen to this guy. But at the end of the day, the Democrats.
I'm glad we could keep you company while you do yard work.
In the jury box because they can't beat him at the ballot box. That's end of story. So I'm from the South. I'm here today to represent and to pay my respects to what President Trump is going through. It's a tough time for him, but you saw what happened this weekend. He's got more support than ever because what they're putting him through in that courtroom.
That classroom. Yeah, Trump never did win at the ballot. It's amazing to me how confident they are for a dude that lost by 8 million votes the last time. 3 million votes the first time. Insanity. All right, speaking of twerking, apparently you can do twerking emotes on Twitch now. Warlord sending me that, so expect a wash your ass emote soon.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
If you are watching on Twitch, we're going to have to take a commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to do crime stories. So if you got a weak stomach and don't want to do the crime story, give us about 30, 40 minutes. We got a lot of shootings and a lot of death to go over. But then we're going to get to some bullshit at the end of the show. We're going to talk about this, a DoorDash driver exposing himself. We've got a mom putting a peeping Tom in a headlock in the middle of a store. We're going to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs kicker and his graduation speech. And another example of why women pick the bear. A YouTuber is upset that Tesla will not refund his money for the Cybertruck he bought. Her parents upset about a Bluey event that took place in Las Vegas. The New York City portal got shut down for lewd behavior. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break. We're going to do 3 minutes on Twitch. Get them all out of the way. Nobody misses any content. We'll see you on the other side of the break. You guys give me like 1 minute. I got to go pee again.
Hi, I'm JustinFREAKIN.
I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, or I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out. And I tried that one night. We had Jake Jacobs in here, Dr. Jake Jacobs. He's one of those ghouls from the Young American Foundation or whatever the fuck. I had a little feud going on with him. And he was in here in the chat one night, and I was like, come on, man, hire me. I'll give up all my liberal views. Fucking invasion at the border. Joe Biden is a socialist. I will sell you out. That's not true. If I was gonna sell out, I should have done it a long fucking time ago. If I was going to sell out, I would have done it in my early 20s. Unfortunately, God damn it, I don't know what it was. It was smoking marijuana and listening to Tool and Bill Hicks and George Carlin. System of a Down. All that woke media right in my brain. For those of you who don't know, I was president of the Young Republicans in high school. Now, that's not because I actually was, like, deserving of being president. It's because the guys in the group wanted to basically... There was a guy that really wanted to be president, and to fuck him over, they voted me as president. But don't think that I didn't use that to... I got a job based on the fact that it said I was president of the Young Republicans in high school. Gorman Collins was his name. He owned Q95 in Prestonsburg, Kentucky. He hired me to be news director because he was like a Republican, hardcore Bush supporter. The rest of the city council hated him. And hired me on because I was president of the Young Republicans in high school. Little did he know this was 2005. And I'd already gone really anti-war. That's kind of how Trump became president too, indeed. Indeed. Unfortunately, I have too much stuff on my resume now to have the president of the Young Republicans on there. The further you get away from high school, you don't have your high school superlatives and shit on your resume anymore. That's what, there's a political group I'm in, and this woman was like bashing Storm, was like, she sells her body, she sells her body. I was like, bitch, everybody sells their body. I sell my body every day. My fucking creative power. It's up here in my head. I sell it. That's no different than Stormy being a porn star. Shit, she's probably doing better than me being a porn star. Come the fuck on. Sell your time, you sell your body, you sell your creative power. I don't get how people have a disdain for workers. Exactly, clinically. Manual labor is selling your body. It's half the fucking country. I don't get, there is a disdain for workers. And I keep getting told by this same dipshit that I hate rich people. Why do you hate workers? Because I keep coming back to it. I'm like, we get into this whole argument and I'm like, why do CEOs, why do stockholders deserve to make, 300 times what their average worker makes? And they're like, well, they shoulder all the risk. I'm like, okay, let's take it to a specific example. The airline industry. The airline industry screws over consumers, screws over their workers, and they take bailouts. They've had like 5 bailouts during my life. Why do these CEOs deserve golden parachutes? They are not shouldering the burden. They do not face repercussions when they run the company into the ground. And the response is always, why do you hate rich people? You have a disdain for rich people. You're frothing at the... That's what he keeps saying to me. You're frothing at the mouth. And I'm like, why do you hate workers? The airline industry should be run by the government as a public utility. There are many... I am not an all-out communist or a socialist. I think I'm for a regimented economy. Certain industries are going to run better privately owned. Restaurants, in theory, should run better privately owned. Clothing boutiques, the shit like I do. Providing contract labor to people. That's better privately owned. Factories, the steel industry. The steel industry being privately owned is actually a national security risk. I think workers should own factories. Those should be run as worker co-ops, and the government should facilitate the worker takeover. Tones, welcome. The steel industry, logging, coal mining, all that fucking oil, the oil industry. Now that one I'll waffle on, right? Maybe that one should be controlled by the government as well as a public utility. Car manufacturing should be owned by the workers. I think it's a national security risk if they offshore the company. National security risk to let a foreign government like this appeals to the Republic to let a Chinese car manufacturer have access to your data. National security risk. So let the workers own the car manufacturers. Workers will never vote to send their jobs overseas. It's better for the economy. I don't get it. I don't understand why these motherfuckers have a disdain for workers. I've thought about running for office. Like at this point, I always assumed I would be a campaign manager or a communications director or something for a campaign. But at this point, if Trump can win, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh yeah, it would be a headache. And I'd probably have I don't think that I don't appeal to everybody. And this is one of the things that I've run into as a performer, somebody who tries to be a personality. 20-30% of the people who meet me just automatically hate me. I'm dead serious. This is like, and I've had people say this, my dad was the same way. People just automatically hate you. I don't know what it is. I just got that face. I've got that smug aura about me or whatever. And I usually have to win people over time. So that, like, I have a charisma, but it's not like, some people are just instantly likable. Like Chris Pratt is just a likable guy. I'm not that person. I'm not that person at all. I have to win. Like the Troll Patrol. I would assume several of you tuned in for little bits and pieces and were turned off by the way I act. And then I won you over with the fact that, like, I do a good show. I bring you the best collection of absurd news and politics and current events on the internet. So I understand people like, Justin grows on you. I'm like pickles. I'm an acquired taste. Oh, goddamn. So I've got that going against it. I'd probably be way more popular on Twitch if, people just tuned in and, like, I had a likable face or a likable personality. I've got to brute force it to win people over. Flash, are you still here? We're doing crime stories now. Here's the thing about Chris Pratt is he's, like, kind of aloof. And then right-wingers use him to, like, he's Locomotion, welcome. He was like Mario in the Mario movie, wasn't he? He's in everything. He was what's her name's boyfriend on Parks and Rec, right? Am I confusing him with that other guy? Telling you what that news be doing. Yeah, he's from the Guardians of the Galaxy and shit. I'm hoping, yeah, Andy on Parks and Rec. I'm hoping we're going to see an influx of people through the fall, and perhaps we'll grow to a. I'm not out here to be a fucking millionaire. I don't give a shit about money. If I gave a shit about money or playing the YouTube game, I'd do this fucking shit a lot differently. But I'd like to have, a decent size audience. I like the size we are right now because I feel like I have a personal connection with all of you. And I will miss that as we get bigger and bigger. I can't say that the performer in me isn't, craving a bigger audience. I am still a narcissist. You have to be narcissistic to do this kind of shit for a living. But I try to keep myself in check. And I want you guys to always keep me in check. Keep me honest. Call me out on bullshit. Thread does a really good job of that. I don't want to leave you behind. Not at all. That's why I want you guys in the troll chat over on Discord. I've talked to Warlord about possibly closing that off and just having everybody that's in there right now. So that if we do see an influx of people here in the fall, we've got like a little small community. And then like I might sell access to that troll chat. Haha. It's part of like the perks of being on Patreon or whatever. Got to get a little capitalist with this endeavor.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
All right, let's do the crime stories, and we got some wild-ass shit to go over. Clinically, we've been over this. Maybe. I was going off on people about pickles tasting like piss, and somebody asked me how did I know what piss tasted like, and I'm like, plead the fifth on that one. might have a sexual fetish that revolves around pissing in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy. That gal I was going to go out with this weekend, she, never mind. Too much info, too much TMI. I run people off. Anyway, we're doing crime stories now. We're going to Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott, as I said in the opening billboard, you know, if I say Governor Greg Abbott, the second half of that sentence is going to be real shitty. Pardoned a man who killed a protester. Found guilty, I think, of manslaughter. Now pardoning the motherfucker.
Sparked a legal and political firestorm.
Daniel Perry, the former Army sergeant convicted in the murder of a Black Lives Matter protester, has been pardoned by
apparently murder
Greg Abbott and released from prison today. Senior reporter Tony
Bullshit
is here now with the very latest on this story. Tony.
And Brian and Ashley, we signaled in February that this pardon effort had gained new momentum, and that culminated today. This is extraordinary and rapid-fire developments that we saw this afternoon happening in a less than 2-hour span.
Well, here's what I say. Merrick Garland, you want to win some respect from me? Prosecute this motherfucker on the federal level. Let's bring civil rights charges, hate crime charges against him. Fuck this dude.
It started with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles issuing a recommendation to Governor Greg Abbott, then the governor signing a pardon proclamation. After that, Perry walked out of a Houston area prison. This moment captured in a Travis County courtroom the day a jury here in Austin convicted Perry of murder and the death of Garrett Foster, that shooting in 2020. Immediately after his conviction last April, conservatives called the conviction a travesty of justice, and Governor Abbott vowed right then to grant a pardon to Perry as soon as the recommendation from his appointed board gave him that recommendation. The night of the shooting, Foster was armed with an assault rifle, saying that he was guarding the protest when Perry, who was driving for a rideshare that night, turned into the protest. Perry claimed self-defense, saying he opened fire after Foster raised his gun at him.
Foster did not raise his gun at him. And once again, in the United States, it is your right to carry a firearm.
Tension that the jury did not agree with. I spoke to Garrett Foster's fiance, Whitney Mitchell, in February, who said this.
Going through all of this, and it's dehumanizing, you know, and just with all of this being everywhere, and it's just been like a whole 3 years of like not being able to grieve properly, not having any peace.
We are this afternoon getting a lot of reaction to this development. This from DA Jose Garza, who says, quote, the board and the governor have put their politics over justice and made a mockery of our legal system. They should be ashamed of themselves. Their actions are contrary to the law and demonstrate that there are two classes of people in this state where some lives matter and some lives do not. Perry's attorney, Doug O'Connell, said in a statement, quote,
and Foster was white. He was at a Black Lives Matter protest. So even if you are a white person and you just stick up and say that Black Lives Matter, your life doesn't matter.
The action by Governor Abbott and the Pardon Board corrects the courtroom travesty which occurred over a year ago and represents justice in this case. We are anxious to see Daniel reunited with his family. Keep in mind, this decision is final. There is no legal path toward an appeal, and the case is now officially over.
Nope, bring federal charges. It is maddening. It is maddening that a politically motivated governor can overturn the will of a jury. Oh yeah, we don't see a lot of Ron DeSantis anymore, do we? I'd say his ego took a gigantic hit. This is going to be heart-wrenching. We did the manhunt for a shooter in Maine. God, when was that? Was that earlier this year or was that last year? Was it the end of last year? God, I don't even remember now. Dude was at like a bowling alley and then went to a restaurant. Because, you know, it's just another day. The family of the shooter has come forward and gave an emotional apology.
I would like to open with recognizing the loved ones who were lost on October 25th.
October.
Our family will never forget your names. To the survivors and the family members, we pass by in our community. We may not recognize each other, but we feel your pain and are here in support of you. There is no way for us to express the sorrow we feel. I am tremendously sorry for the pain that you are going through.
On behalf of my family, I want to express our deepest apologies for the pain and suffering caused by Robbie's actions on the night of October 25th, 2023. We've agonized over our memories, searching for any signs or actions that could have prevented the tragedy.
This was the guy, he was at a bowling alley, and he shot several workers at a bowling alley and then went to a restaurant, that Schminnigan's or whatever the name of the restaurant was. We did the manhunt live on stream, and I think they ended up finding him dead at a at like a stockyard where there was a bunch of containers. He was inside one of the containers. They had he had a boat and they thought he had escaped on the boat and everything. It was a wild night.
And listen, if we appeared silent, it wasn't because we lacked empathy. We were in shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend that Robbie was capable of such horror.
So, my heart goes out to that family. I'm sure it's horrible knowing that your brother was a mass shooter. Let's go to Florida, where 8 people have been killed, at least 40 injured, when a migrant bus crashed.
Behind me, it's hard to see because of the trees and where we are. We were asked to kind of scoot over. It's rolled on its side. So you see a white bus right here. We're not sure what that connection is, but over to the left earlier we showed you, and maybe we can pull up Skyfox. You can see another aerial shot of that bus. On first glance, it looks like a Mack truck because of the top, the front of it is kind of detached. So it kind of looks like a Mack truck, but we do have it confirmed that it was a 2010 international bus transporting approximately 53 farm workers and a 2001 Ford Ranger truck. For reasons to still be determined by the investigation, the two vehicles collided in a side-swiped manner. Post-collision, the bus traveled off the roadway through a fence, and I was able to walk.
What kind of road? Where is the road at relative to this? For that bus to be that fucking, like, if that's the road it was on, that doesn't look like a road where you'd be doing more than 35, 40 miles an hour. And this bus is clearly rolled over multiple times.
walk down there. So I was able to go through this marsh behind me and walk.
55-mile-per-hour country road.
The fence was pushed in. I could see that bus completely on its side over there. And then there's fire trucks all down the road here. There's officers, law enforcement, first responders all down the road this way, and then as well this way. The road is pretty blocked off on both sides here. So what we do know is 40 of those people were taken to the hospital and 8 of them died. So 48 people in this situation injured or just...
Okay, so now we actually see the road. Okay, that's closer than what I thought it was from the initial shots, at least. But dang, it still had to flip 2 or 3 times.
Deadly situation.
Roll over 2 or 3 times.
Sad and disheartening to see this, and it's just a very somber scene. It's very quiet right now, but it's a very active scene. You can see. I'll step out of the way. You can see all of the law enforcement vehicles there that are still here on scene. They have put out PSAs to drivers: be prepared for a all-day road closure. Find another route. I know Deborah Cho has been on it all morning, as giving us ways that we could get to our destinations and on different routes.
No 2-lane road should be 55 miles.
The Fox 35 local app, but also on air. Make sure that if you do have to drive in this area, you are prepared to be rerouted. It took us over almost 2 hours to get here when we were in Lake County earlier this morning. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and they've blocked off a lot. So we are definitely praying for all of the people involved that are in the hospital.
You're praying?
Recovery. We're praying for these officers and first responders responding to this, because this is super traumatic to have 8 people, die. And so this has just been a chaotic morning. What we do know from FHP is that it happened around 6:35 this morning on South Road 40, approximately about 500 feet west of Southwest 148 Court. So that's just down here, and there's a lot of empty fields and farms by us. So there's not a whole ton. You can even see the beautiful field right behind it, and just
gorgeous area
situation here. So we are still learning to learn more of where exactly this was going. But like you said, Amy, it's super scary, because when you get on these types of vehicles, you're right, most people don't buckle up. And so I'm just praying for all of these people involved, and my heart is just hurting for our community. And we've had so many people drive by. Do you know what's happening? Who is it? Is everybody okay? So just seeing the community's response this morning, even just asking us some simple questions, you could just see the desperation in their face. When I told them we just confirmed it's 8 confirmed dead, I had women being like, oh, do you know who it is? So just the shock that this community is feeling right now is intense, and I can feel it too, and I know that the officers out there are feeling it as well. So overall, just definitely praying for everybody involved and hoping for a speedy recovery for the 40 that are in the hospital right now. And I'm just thinking about those healthcare workers as well, who are responding to such a large incident, and of course the family of the 8 people that lost their lives. So just a really tough situation here this morning, but we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys for now.
An arrest has been made. Let's see if we can get an update on exactly what the cause of the crash was.
Being with us, we're going to get to the intense and contentious questioning of former fixer Michael Cohen by Donald Trump's defense team in just a moment. But first, there is some breaking news about a horrific accident in Florida. Now, a truck driver is under arrest for a DUI after a deadly crash killed at least 8 people and injured 40 others.
Well, there you go. DUI was the cause of the crash.
In Central Florida early this morning. State investigators say the driver of that pickup truck collided with a bus that was carrying 53 migrant farm workers. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez reports tonight on the conditions of those still in the hospital in Ocala.
More than 30 ambulances rushed to the scene of the crash at about 6:30 this morning.
6:30 in the morning and you're out drunk driving. What the fuck is wrong with you? It might not necessarily have been alcohol. It could have been crack or something. There's definitely crackheads out at 6:30 in the morning, still like, we gotta go get another rock.
It happened on a rural road about 50 miles south of Gainesville. 53 farm workers were riding in a bus once used as a school bus when police say an oncoming pickup truck veered toward the center of the road. The 2 vehicles sideswiped.
The school bus traveled off the roadway onto the grass shoulder, where it went through a fence, struck a tree, and overturned. We've had approximately 40 people transported to local area hospitals.
Brian McLean Howard, the driver of the pickup truck, has been arrested on 8 counts of driving under the influence, manslaughter. Migrant workers from Mexico were among the victims. They were in the U.S. legally, according to government officials, and were on their way to a farm that was harvesting watermelons.
We are a very big agricultural county. So this time of year, we always have migrant workers that are in our county that are on buses. They're hard-working individuals. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with them being here.
Advent Health received notifications and called on Spanish-speaking chaplains to help.
As you might imagine, that's a touching experience.
Ernesto Ruiz with the Farm Workers Association of Florida spoke with the family of one of the men who was riding the bus.
They haven't spoken to him since yesterday. They're terrified. They don't know if he's alive.
They're probably the best people in that community.
What his state is.
Of the 40 people injured in this morning's crash, at least 7 were listed in critical condition at area hospitals. The Mexican consulate in Orlando says it has activated emergency phone lines to try to connect victims here with loved ones in Mexico. Nora?
Manny Majorquez, thank you so much for that update.
Thank you, Manny. Yeah, fuck that sheriff, but still, I'm glad he said that. That was big of him to do it. We'll keep it in Florida. We could do a whole show of just Florida stories. I could probably do a Florida Friday if you wanted to. Oh, we do that. It's called The Freak Show.
Him in a hit and run in Clearwater has since passed away from his injuries. Clearwater police say it happened at the intersection of Gulf to Bay and Hampton, and the driver just continued down the roadway.
The state attorney's office tells us the driver will now be charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving death. News Channel 8's Alessandra Young joins us live from where that crash happened.
Stacy and Josh, people I spoke with say that this is just a bad area to cross because drivers are not paying attention. And they tell me that the victim was left laying in the road.
Gulf Bay and Hampton is a busy intersection. On Monday, Clearwater police say 80-year-old Ernest Caluzzi was riding his mobility scooter and was waiting on the sidewalk curb after crossing the street.
What happened, unfortunately, is that the truck pulled out and turned and clipped the side of the scooter, dragging the victim under the wheels and the scooter as well.
Mike Peasley was in the area when it happened.
There was another car here that jumped back in their car. I think they went after him to try to get the tag. He had hit the man. The man was laying out in the road.
Nice beard, dude. Nice beard.
He had hit the man. The man was laying out in the road.
Police say Chris Patterson of Pasco County was behind the wheel and continued down the road after hitting Caluzzi.
What I saw was the guy on the wheelchair is gone. So apparently he drug that wheelchair quite a ways up the road.
He turns right on Bayview Avenue, pulls over, and is trying to get the scooter unwedged from underneath his truck.
Then went to work in Bradenton.
Like nothing had happened.
Police say Patterson told them he hit something but didn't know it was a person and was running late for work. Rob Shaw with Clearwater PD says witnesses followed Patterson and gave them pictures, video, and information, and says that Caluzzi was known in the area and didn't live far. Peasley says a lot of people jumped in until help could arrive.
Did he see him? Didn't he see him? You know, but obviously if he would have stopped, that would have been a whole different story.
Right now, Patterson is currently out on bond, and the state attorney's office tells us that his charge will be upgraded. Live and clear.
What did they hit him with? You get charged with manslaughter? Vehicular homicide? What was the charge? I missed that.
It happened at the intersection of Gulf to Bay and Hampton, and the driver...
Oh, they'd only charge him with leaving the scene of an accident involving death. Yeah. It better be vehicular homicide or manslaughter. Jesus. Let's go over to, I believe this one happened in Georgia. If you don't hate cops already, this was probably going to make you hate them even more.
Now to a developing story we've been following today. A now former Atlanta police officer is facing a murder charge, accused of shooting and killing his Lyft driver in Union City.
That's right. Today, 11 Alive obtained the arrest warrants in this case. 11 Alive's Molly Oaks spoke with the driver's family for the first time.
In a single sentence,
I was very proud of the man he became.
Displaying a mother's pride in her son, 35-year-old Reginald Folks. Their final conversation just days ago.
I talked to him on Mother's Day, and he had just talked to his brother for 3 hours.
In a moment, life changed. On Wednesday around 1 a.m. at the intersection of South Fulton Parkway and Stonewall Tell Road, Union City police say Folks was giving Kobe Minor a Lyft ride home when Minor allegedly shot Folks. In arrest warrants, an officer describes Minor as saying he heard Folks speaking on the phone in another language and asked to get out, but Folks did not stop. According to the warrant, Minor told police Folks then turned around toward the back seat, at which time Minor shot him. 11 Alive learned Minor resigned from the Atlanta Police Department on Wednesday, the same day as his arrest. Atlanta police say that Minor was already on leave due to a separate...
So his offense was that he was speaking in a different language. My God. You know, being bilingual is a sign of intelligence.
Folks was giving Kobe Minor a Lyft ride home when Minor allegedly shot Folks. In arrest warrants, an officer describes Minor as saying he heard Folks speaking on the phone in another language and asked to get out, but Folks did not stop. According to the warrant, Minor told police Folks then turned around toward the back seat, at which time Minor shot him. 11 Alive learned Minor resigned from the Atlanta Police Department on Wednesday, the same day as his arrest. Atlanta police say that Minor was already on leave due to a separate case with a felony drug charge from December. In this case, Minor now faces charges of murder and aggravated assault. While Union City Police continue its investigation, 11 Alive spoke with Folks' mom on the phone from her home in Delaware about who her son was.
He was very popular. A lot of friends, but the thing about it is he really had a thing about respect and didn't get in other people's business and did not offend people. We're heartbroken about the entire thing.
Heartbroken, as she says her family waits for answers. In Union City, Molly Oak, 11 Alive News.
I feel like this needs to be a summer of protest, not just against Israel. But like, we've had several incidents of cop shootings, especially the one from last week of the airman who was shot in his apartment. Oh, we have an update on this one apparently. Or we got a different news organization says that this guy apparently thought his driver was in a gay fraternity.
Has learned that a former Atlanta police officer accused of murdering his Lyft driver spent some time in handcuffs last year. Channel 2's Michael Seidens live outside the Fulton County Jail with the trouble the officer got into before this latest murder arrest.
And Karen, this former APD officer waived his first appearance today. That's pretty common. Anytime a suspect is facing a murder charge, it's pretty rare for them to get a bond. In the meantime, though, as you mentioned, he's got a criminal history. We learned a little bit more about that when we got the report earlier today. He's the former Atlanta police officer accused of murdering a Lyft driver. On Wednesday, Kobe Minor told Union City Police that he shot and killed 35-year-old Reggie Folks because he thought Folks was a member of a gay fraternity and was trying to recruit him and kidnap him. But his friends call those claims complete nonsense. In fact, they told us that he was a professional wrestler who was driving Lyft so he could earn some extra money.
He was such a genuinely good dude. He just didn't deserve to go out this way.
It's a ball of energy. He lit up the room every time he came in. Just an awesome person, man. He just starting to break out.
Minor's arrest for murder comes nearly 5 months after Milton police arrested him on drug charges. This is a copy of his mugshot from...
He was still a cop 5 months after being arrested on drug charges. I got fired from a radio station for possession of marijuana. How in the fuck? And once again, I'm going to bring up my proposal. I call it the Higher Standard Act, and we need to pass it. We need this law in every fucking state. Cops should be held to a much higher standard. They should face double whatever the mandatory minimum is for a regular citizen. They should face double.
Christmas Eve 2023. According to an incident report, Milton police responded to a single vehicle crash where they found Minor conscious and breathing but confused about where he was. Officers also reported that when he stepped out of his wrecked car, he stumbled a few times and struggled to maintain his balance. When officers searched his vehicle, police discovered 20 Xanax pills that were not in their original container. Police charged Minor with possession of a controlled substance and added that they believed he was impaired at the time of the crash.
So why wasn't he charged with DUI? So he even got off easy because he was a cop.
So also in that report, they say that when Minor got out of that vehicle from that crash, another citation fell out. The officer apparently asked him where that came from, and that's when Minor told him, according to that report, that he had just been in another accident less than an hour before that. Now, of course, he was placed on unpaid administrative leave until he submitted his resignation yesterday. We'll stay on top of this case. For now, we are live outside the Fulton County Jail. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
Yes, I do contract work for one of the biggest union-busting organizations in the country. And I often wonder, why they don't show that same animosity that they have towards auto workers, towards police unions. I've been wanting to ask them that, but also it's very easy work. I'm really draining their resources. Let me hit you with another one that's going to make your jaw drop. A judge in Oklahoma has been charged in a drive-by shooting.
Begin with an Oklahoma judge in court, but on the opposite side of the bench.
He was there to face newly filed felony charges for allegedly shooting up his own brother-in-law's home. News 4's Amaya Ward went to Enid for today's hearing.
The judge entered a not guilty plea on behalf of Brian Lovell, his attorney telling me they plan to fight this case vigorously.
We intend to attack the jurisdiction and soundness of the indictment.
A multi-county grand jury indicting Garfield County Associate District Judge Brian Lovell Thursday on 2 felony counts for a drive-by shooting in February 2023. The alleged target, his own brother-in-law. We talked to him months after.
I had no idea that it could have been Brian Lovell.
Kenneth Marcus says his son saw an unfamiliar car moments before bullets began flying.
Seeing a person in a window and missing by a matter of inches is not just a random shooting.
Months later, investigators say the judge was involved in a road rage shooting in Austin, Texas, and casings from that incident matched the ones used in the drive-by shooting.
He was special judge about 10 years before that.
His attorney, Stephen Jones, who also represented
His attorney looks like he's already dead. This motherfucker was reanimated. Somebody got a necromancer to pull this motherfucker out of the grave. Look at him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun of the way people look.
He was special judge about 10 years before that.
His attorney, Stephen Jones, who also represented Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh, won't comment on the case in Texas, but is standing by his client on the charges in Oklahoma.
It was a long time before the indictment was returned, and that bears on him and his family. But he's strong character. In my view, he's innocent.
In Enid, Amaya Ward, Oklahoma's News 4.
All right.
He defended Timothy McVeigh. White supremacist Timothy McVeigh. That looks like exactly the kind of lawyer that Timothy McVeigh. Drake, good evening. News be doing some crazy shit tonight. I don't know, like, when we did the shooting of the Slovakian PM, I'm like, it's just going to get crazier from here. My God. That was an understatement. Holy fuck. You ready for another one? You ready for another one? This one's got video. Seriously, I'm looking at these headlines and like it keeps getting crazier. And you're like, Justin, how can it possibly get crazier than what we've already covered? Let's watch some video of a dude who was taking a ride. And what is with ride share services tonight? We've got multiple stories about ride share and cabs. This dude was riding in a cab. But apparently he decided to get out and start shooting. Anyway, he started blasting.
State Federation of Taxi Drivers is offering a reward tonight to find the passenger who opened fire at a livery cab driver in the Bronx. The terrifying attack happened earlier this month, but it was caught on camera, and the video was released today. Police say the passenger and driver got into an argument, and then the passenger bailed out of the cab and bullets started flying. News 4's Jessica Cunnington is in the Williamsburg area with the story for us.
Lucky dude.
Cab driver El Felix Jimenyan shows us where bullets hit his car.
Did he get shot at because he was speaking in a foreign language too? Goddamn.
The passenger bailed out of the cab and bullets started flying. News 4's Jessica Cunnington is in the Williamsburg area with the story for us.
Otro aquí. Cab driver El Felix Jimenyan shows us where bullets hit his car and where a piece of one is still stuck in the back light.
Thank you, Drake.
That is the moment, he says, a passenger shot at him 5 times after he had jumped out of the car. It happened May 3rd. He picked up a passenger dispatched through the base in Pelham Bay just before 4 a.m. The drop-off address was in Williamsbridge on Bronx Boulevard, and as they arrived, the man wanted him to go around the corner.
This is not the address. Let me see the address. You getting me tight.
And then he jumps out, and a camera in the trunk captures another angle of the man in a mask shooting at the car.
Yo estaba preparado para ese momento.
The 26-year-old says in the 6 years he's been a cab driver, nothing like this has happened. But he was prepared.
He was prepared mentally because he sees what's going on in the city. So he is very lucky to be alive today.
Jimenyan says detectives brought him back here to the scene where it all happened. He was nervous the guy was going to come back and start shooting again. Ever since, he says, he's had flashbacks.
Not good, but the life is continuing.
He hasn't worked since and hasn't left his house. The New York State Federation of Taxi Drivers now offering a $3,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the shooter. Police say they are looking for this man.
I mean, this is a guy that belongs in jail. Put these criminals behind bars, do not allow them to get bail, and keep them away.
Officials say this is just one example of what drivers experience every day.
We tell our drivers all the time, do not pick up anyone that has a mask on that you cannot identify. Every time someone goes into their vehicle, it's a different world, it's a different person, it's a stranger. So you never know what strangers are capable of doing.
Jessica Cunnington, News 4, New York.
Yeah, the driver seemed like a good dude. I really wanted to hug him. But Justin, you say, how can it get crazier than that? A woman was warned not to go on a beach, but did so anyway. Ma'am, that's a bull. Ma'am, that's a bull.
Ay, la señora.
Ma'am, that's a bull.
Please, please get away. More. Jesus. Lady, please get away. You're not doing us any favors. Get him. Get him.
Ooh, right in the ass.
Tell you.
Somebody's like, we tried to. This was on Mexico. This is close to the This was in Mexico. It's close to the California-Mexico border near Baja. My God, like, what was she thinking?
Ay, la señora. Please don't do that. Please, please get away. More. Jesus. Lady, please get away. You're not doing us any favors. Get him. Get him.
This is not your animal video. God damn.
We tried to tell you.
Ooh.
Vele a ayudar, córrele.
Hey, por atrás.
Por atrás.
Hey, por atrás, gordo. Por atrás, güey. Hey, cuidado, cuidado,
But she's moving at least. Damn. That's wild. Let's watch it again.
Right now. Please don't do that. Please. Please get away. More. Jesus.
Well, they don't want to get gored by a bull.
You're not doing us any favors. Get him. Get him. We tried to tell you.
We tried to fucking tell you.
Vele a ayudar, córrele.
This happened at Cabo San Lucas. Don't have any update on her condition, apparently. She did look to be okay by the end of the video. Woman's condition is unknown, though she is seen getting to her feet following the attack. I don't know if you can really call it an attack. I mean, the bull, like, is just being a bull. Who's the celebrity you guys can think of that has the most punchable face? Anybody? Kardashian, good one. Ric Flair, also a good one. Would anybody say Steve Buscemi? The fucking Daily Mail is, it doesn't like my ad blocker. Fuck you, Daily Mail. Abattoir. Does Ken Paxton count? That'd be a good one. Donald Trump, fair enough. And all his stupid fucking kids. Maybe it's just me that thinks Steve Buscemi has a punchable face. Or maybe it's not just me, because Steve Buscemi got fucking punched. Boardwalk Empire star Steve Buscemi, 66, seen moments before random New York City street attack in new footage. Actor was left with a black eye following a punch in the face. This is why the Daily Mail sucks. I should have. It sucks, but it also usually has the best footage. This isn't the fucking Steve Buscemi video. What the hell? There we go.
Now to exclusive video showing the moments.
Fucking shit.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on.
I'm sorry, Tones. I was just trying to be funny. I like Steve Buscemi too. He's Mr. Pink in Reservoir Dogs. That's one of my favorite movies. Or is it Mr. White? I don't even remember now. It's been a while since I've seen Reservoir Dogs last.
Now to exclusive video showing the moments before actor Steve Buscemi was randomly attacked in Kips Bay.
This happened on 3rd Avenue by East 27th Street, and police are still looking for the attacker. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner has the video.
Exclusive video shows actor Steve Buscemi looking at his phone as he walked south on 3rd Avenue last Wednesday before noon. The 66-year-old looks up to greet someone, and then moments later, just after crossing East 27th Street, is when police say Buscemi was punched by this man unprovoked.
It's crazy, but it's believable.
Well, that didn't look like a punk kid doing some kind of TikTok challenge. That's interesting.
Unprovoked.
It's crazy, but it's believable. It happens. I live right around here, and you hear it all the time.
Police are asking for the public's help in identifying the man in blue. Exclusive video also shows the suspect moments before the attack, walking north on 3rd Avenue, appearing to say something to himself.
We're told the attack happened in front of this shed behind me. Photos have emerged of Buscemi with a bruised face.
The Brooklyn native and former FDNY firefighter declined an on-camera interview. On 9/11, he returned to Ground Zero to help his former engine company. He was given keys to the city in 2021. A rep told us in part he is now another victim of a random act of violence in the city. He is okay and appreciates everyone's well wishes, though incredibly sad for everyone that this has happened to while also walking the streets of New York.
I think it's horrible, actually. I got attacked right here, too, a couple of years ago.
Really? At random?
I was walking down the street and somebody came by and smacked me in the back of my head and knocked me down.
This man spoke to us after a dentist visit.
It's a reflection on the leadership of our country and our city.
The leader fucking blaming Joe Biden for people just punching people in the street.
Come on, man.
Let's go, Brandon. Is the new thanks, Obama.
Arrest you, but you'd be out the next day or that afternoon. So why not punch out Steve Buscemi?
Buscemi was taken to Bellevue Hospital for bruising, swelling, and bleeding to his left eye. Buscemi's Boardwalk Empire co-star Michael Stolbarg was also attacked at random in March while on a run on the Upper East Side. That suspect was arrested. In Kips Bay, Lisa Rosner, CBS 2 News.
I know we're doing all this crazy fucking news and all this crime stories and shit, but remember, crime is at historically low levels. Can you imagine if we were doing a troll patrol in the 80s? Holy fuck. There's more reporting, there's more access to information, there's people got their cell phones, there's more CCTV. Like you didn't used to be able to fucking turn on Twitch and see somebody cover news stories from all over the country of all the craziest things that are happening. Is Boardwalk Empire good? Should I watch it? I love HBO shows. That's one of the few I haven't watched. I've never watched it, and I've never watched Westworld. DJ Dub says yes. I'll put it on the list. That means I'll watch it in like 5 years. I like prestige shows. There's very few HBO shows I don't like, so. Let's do one more crime story here, and then we'll have to take a commercial break before all the bullshit. Though this one could technically be classified as bullshit. A DoorDash driver was apparently caught on camera exposing himself in front of a customer's door.
A young woman in Phoenix is speaking out tonight, sharing a horrifying story about what happened with a food delivery driver. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us for 12 News at 10. I'm Kariba Devine.
I'm Mark Curtis. After dropping off the woman's food, which is disgusting when you hear what happens from there, the delivery driver comes back and exposes himself at her front door. 12 News journalist Bianca Bono talked to the woman, and Bianca, this is just disgusting.
Yeah, guys, it really is. And food delivery services have become such a routine part of so many people's lives. And this is really a nightmare scenario. And the reality is the woman would have never known this happened had the incident not been caught on her neighbor's camera.
I don't interact. If I order something, I do not interact with the people. They are to leave it at my door. And I don't even fucking open the door until they're long gone. I don't like people. Except my pizza place. And the woman that delivers to me, I swear she's been flirting with me. Sparkles tells me I should ask her out. She always gives me extra wings. The door flash. It did kind of seem like he thought the food was disgusting.
Out tonight, sharing a horrifying story about what happened with a food delivery driver. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us for 12 News at 10. I'm Kariba Devine.
I'm Mark Curtis. After dropping off the woman's food, which is disgusting when you hear what happens from there, the delivery driver comes back and exposes himself.
I'll agree with him. You get food DoorDashed, it's usually really cold by the time it gets to you. That's one of the reasons why fucking 25% markup, and it's nowhere near as good as it would have been if you'd got it from the restaurant. So that's why I don't ever fucking use DoorDash. So he's probably right. The food probably was disgusting.
Their front door. 12 News journalist Bianca Bono talked to the woman, and Bianca, this is just disgusting.
Yeah, guys, it really is. And food delivery services have become such a routine part of so many people's lives. And this is really a nightmare scenario. And the reality is the woman would have never known this happened had the incident not been caught on her neighbor's camera.
It just happened to be one night where I was like, I don't want to make food.
It was a typical Friday night for Lily Seefingphone. She works in the restaurant industry and got home from work, ordering a late dinner before going to sleep.
I had that DoorDash deliver my food.
The events of that night captured on her neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. And at first, when the DoorDash delivery driver drops off her food, nothing appears to be out of the ordinary. Then, at 2:11 a.m., Lily grabs her food, glancing down the hallway.
He was walking across, but his eyes were like locked sideways to me. And I was like, that's weird.
The DoorDash driver still there. Her stomach turned.
And so I locked both locks on my door.
Then she went to sleep, never expecting the news she would get the next morning.
I got a message from my neighbor across the hall that has the Ring camera, and he told me like, hey, this is what happens.
At 2:16 a.m., the DoorDash worker was back, masturbating at her front door.
Just disgusted, violated, just uncomfortable. Just because he knows exactly where I live, how to get into my building.
Lily, scared for her safety, immediately notified DoorDash and the Phoenix Police Department. The initial response she got from the company
said that he was removed from any of my future orders.
Just yours?
Just mine.
A DoorDash spokesperson telling 12 News in a statement that was a miscommunication. Claim
How do you get off just standing in front of somebody's door? This sounds like a Florida story.
And he told me like, hey, this is what happens.
At 2:16 a.m., the DoorDash worker was back, masturbating at her front door.
Just disgusted, violated, just uncomfortable. Just because he knows
it's a sexy floor.
how to get into my
Sitting cow.
Lily, scared for her safety, immediately notified DoorDash and the Phoenix Police Department. The initial response she got from the company
said that he was removed from any of my future orders.
Just yours.
Just mine.
DoorDash spokesperson telling 12 News in a statement that was a miscommunication, claiming he was deactivated right away. Days later, Lily got an updated response from DoorDash saying the delivery driver was removed from the platform, offering her a $15 credit. As for Phoenix Police, a public information officer tells 12 News detectives are actively investigating the case, working to establish the appropriate crime that was committed, along with identifying the person responsible.
You got a $15 jacking it credit.
Situations like that could get worse. Had he just been standing at my front door waiting for me to get my food and like just push into my apartment.
Lily says she's thankful she's okay, but believes this man's brazenness is an indication this wasn't his first time, hoping an arrest is made soon.
Hold him accountable for what he did.
Just an awful situation, and DoorDash says every driver has to undergo a criminal background check and motor vehicle check. Again, police say this remains an active investigation and no arrests have been made. We're live in studio, Bianca Bono, 12 News.
A walk-by masturbator. We have been doing this show for over 4 years now, and we have covered some of the absolute craziest shit. I don't know that we have ever had this many just batshit insane stories in one show. Venus. Something's going on in this country. I don't know what it is. And we're just like, what? 5 months and some change out from an election. It just gets crazier from here, guys. Holy shit. I want you guys, we got to take a commercial break on the Twitch. I want you guys to stick around to see if we can get even crazier on the other side of the break. What have I got for you? Well, apparently a YouTuber is upset he can't get a refund from Tesla. A mom puts a peeping Tom in a headlock in the middle of a store. They've shut down the New York City portal to Dublin, Ireland, because of lewd behavior, apparently. There are people upset about a supposed satanic display at the Eurovision contest. Kanye West Chief of Staff Milo Yiannopoulos has apparently quit over Kanye's plan to do porn. Can this election possibly be worse than last election? Strata, good evening. Welcome, my friend. I want you guys to contemplate that during the break. We're going to take 3 minutes of break, 3 minutes of commercials on Twitch. We get them all out of the way. Nobody misses any content. Contemplate, can this election possibly be any worse, any crazier than the 2020 election? Remember when Trump got COVID? Walked out and he wanted to take his shirt off and have a Superman shirt on. But he walks out on the balcony of the White House. And he's like he can barely catch his breath. Hopefully this election doesn't end up with a Zoom meeting for a fucking convention. Democrats apparently are pushing to cancel the convention, and fuck them if they do it. We're going to talk about even more crazy news on the other side of the break. You're on the Troll Patrol, live. All right, guys, I drank a lot of coffee at the beginning of the stream, so just give me 1 minute. I'll come back. We'll get high.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Not a single person has ever bought one of the Nancy Pelosi shirts. I should get one for myself. I don't want anybody to ever put themselves in a spot to don't give me money unless you just really want to, because I can make my own money. I am lucky that I have we're going to be back to 5 nights a week soon. We're going to be back to 5 nights a week. I promise you. I am lucky that I am able to just sit down behind a computer and I can just make money. Like, I'm in a very special place. It's just that I was born with a skill that I'm able to monetize in that way. I started working for myself from home long before COVID. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to everyone who was on commercial break on the Twitch. That's why we get the 3 minutes of commercial. We get it out of the way. Nobody misses any content. Even I get to thread. God damn it.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Igloo, my friend, welcome in. Somebody give Igloo a shout out. Who wants to see me go on with producer Dave tonight? You want me to come on for Fire by Night tonight? Colts and Satanic Panic on a Thursday night. I might be feeling it. Apparently I got summoned last night. Eric Weinstein was talking about wrestling. Welcome. And Curiouser was like, you've been summoned, but like I was half asleep. I think I was laying on the couch watching something, half asleep. So my apologies for missing out, but I think I have just enough time. Kayfabe was his favorite scientist. What? Okay, I kind of feel weird. My best friend was a professional wrestler. Both of my best friends when I was, a teenager, professional wrestlers. It feels weird to talk about these things because, like, common people, the marks, they're not supposed to know these things. But then again, you can go on YouTube and listen to wrestlers, wrestling managers, fucking everybody talk about it. Kayfabe is protecting the business, protecting the integrity. Like, okay, this is a kind of a hard word to describe. Kayfabe is keeping up the show. So if you're talking about wrestling as, you know, as if it's a legitimate sport and not something that is predetermined, and like, okay, like The Rock and Cody Rhodes went at it for WrestleMania. They kayfabed being, you know, upset with each other, but Cody really got The Rock a Rolex. So in kayfabe, they are arch nemesis, and The Rock will come back and take Cody Rhodes out because Cody Rhodes is a crybaby. But for a shoot is what is real. See, it feels so weird to talk about this shit. I do not dip. I am not that big of a fan of the outlaw mud show bullshit. I'm very much of the old school Cornette mindset. That doesn't mean I'm wearing an ECW shirt. So clear, like I watch GCW shows. That's your big, you know, hardcore wrestling federation now. So I'm not a stickler about it, but I believe that. And also earlier I was asked about, you know, Sabu and, you know, Terry Funk. I love Sabu. Terry Funk, known for hardcore wrestling and shit. Abattoir with the gift sub. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what I was talking about now. We got more crazy shit. I've got like another hour of news to cover here, guys. You wanted a long one. Holy shit. I'm not a Karen about, you know, the wrestling and shit. I love Cactus Jack, Mankind, dude, love. Fucking I've met Cactus Jack. I've met Mick Foley. I got to interview him when he spoke at my college. And I was I think I was the station manager. I think I was the radio station manager at the time. Don't get me started about wrestling. I'll talk about wrestling all night. And I need to get up. Curiouser was talking about Matt Bender for some reason the other day. And I was like, you know, I need to get up with Matt Bender because I have a great idea for a wrestling podcast. And Bender would be the perfect person to do it with. I mean, it's a fantastic idea because there's so many wrestling podcasts out there. I wouldn't want to do it unless I had a very unique approach, and I do. So one of these days, I might try to get up with Bender. See if I can make that happen. We'll see. I've got so many ideas up here. But anyway, back to the. I don't want anybody to put themselves in a position. If you want to donate to the stream, if you want to get your subscription so you don't get the commercial breaks, I totally understand. Fucking commercial breaks piss me off too. I mean, I'm usually subbed to my favorite channels, so I don't get the commercial breaks as well. Jason Society, Echoplex. I don't get to catch you on enough, Igloo. When I do, it's usually like I'm getting ready to go on or something. So I understand, because I hate commercials. And if you got the Amazon, you get a free Prime sub every month. Give me your Bezos money. But as I said, don't put yourself in a position if you don't have it. I can make my own money. I appreciate your likes, your follows, your shares. Let people that you know here's the thing. Like telling you guys to recommend me to your friends that might like me. My friends don't watch. Do you know how many friends I have that are leftists that constantly watch news? I've got one friend that literally asked me the other day, like, hey, did you see Cult of Dusty do this? I'm like, motherfucker, why are you not watching me? I can't get my own friends to watch. But I appreciate your likes, your shares. Venus, if you don't come here for information, that's totally cool. I think everybody comes for a different reason, but I hope you do leave with some information. I hope that I am not here. I don't think I do. I do an entertainment show. I'm comedy. I'm making fun of the news. I need to get some more bandanas. I need to spice up my bandana collection. I only have like 20, 25 at the moment. But I hope you learn something. I usually learn something I always learn something every stream. Don't count on me for your news. But if you get informed while you're here, it's a bonus. It's a cherry on top. I'm just here to play crazy videos and make fun of shit. And to be fair, the crime stuff, it's exploitative that I do it. But I enjoy it. I personally I was a news reporter for years. My favorite part of it was going to the courthouse and looking at arrest records and fucking getting the police reports, and that was the thing I was always interested in. I loved when we had like murder trials and I was there for like reading the verdict and shit. Hitting me with the no profanity during a phone call. That's evil. That is fucking evil. So, like, I'm conflicted about doing crime stories, but goddamn, they make such great content. And I'm really into watching body camera footage. I'm into watching courtroom footage. I'm really into trying to become pen pals with Taylor Shabusiness. I really should do that, shouldn't I? I should find out where she's at and start writing her. Anyway, this is wild footage from, I don't know what store this was. It's not telling me the name of the store. A mom apparently caught a peeping Tom and put him in a headlock.
Don't mess with this shopper. She's put a peeping Tom suspect in a headlock after she says she caught him snooping on her in a dressing room.
Filming the wrong person.
Michelle Chandler says she was in a dressing room of a department store outside Denver when something caught her eye under the partition. Michelle says she grabbed this guy and held him a full 20 minutes in a headlock until cops got there. She says the guy in the check shirt and this guy are staffers at the Nordstrom Rack store who assisted her in holding the suspect.
You're not going anywhere. If you relax, it's going to be a lot easier for you.
At one point, Michelle actually sat on the suspect to prevent him from fleeing. Peeping Toms targeting women shoppers inside dressing rooms is a creepy phenomenon. This victim, Emily Lang, says she took a photo of a peeper's cell phone when she was in a changing room in a Forever 21 store in Kansas.
I was in a state of undress. My clothes were scattered about the floor.
And this suspect was busted for spying on women in dressing rooms in a Nordstrom Rack store in Ohio.
The report was that someone matching your description was filming with a camera in the dressing room, underneath the dressing room.
Once again, shoppers say they've had enough and are fighting back. even with a headlock.
Just relax.
Filming the wrong person.
This is wild. We did the story, was it last week or week before last? Like, a dude just went up and stuck his camera of a woman's dress. Like, this is insane. Fuck around and get choked. But hey, maybe this wouldn't have happened to her if she was at home in the kitchen. She shouldn't have been out and about. She should have been taking care of her wifely duties at home. At least that's what the kicker for the Thanks Obama. Thread knew exactly what I was transitioning to. Have you guys ever seen, there's an episode of Louis, the Louis C.K. show, Louis, that was on FX. He gets like set, like, I don't remember who was the fucking comedian, was like, I don't think it was Tom Segura, but it's like, it's a famous fucking comedian. He goes over to his house for dinner, and they set him up on like a blind date with a woman. And like the dude and his wife end up fighting, and Louis and the woman go off to a bar, and like she ends up like giving him head, and then she expects him to reciprocate, and Louis like, no, I don't want to do that, and she like goes off on this whole rant about men today, yada yada yada, and she's like, Obama. Every time I hear Thanks Obama, that's what I think of. It is one of the funniest scenes in television, because she's like, you're gonna eat my pussy. You're gonna lick it from the front to the asshole. And he's like, I'm not gonna do that. And then she punches him in the face. And he like hits his head on the window and breaks the window. She grabs his head, like puts it in her crotch. After he gets finished, she's like, so you wanna see each other again? He's like, sure. Show a cat. Do you have a specific cat you want? Oh, Stride, do you know all the different cats? That's Maynard. That's Smokey. That's Socrates. Yeah, here's the weird thing with Louis, okay? Like, I fair enough that you call him a creep. I'm torn about Louis C.K. We did socks earlier, so let me grab Smokey. This is Smokey Bong. Oh, it's hard to see him. So, this was apparently like a kink Louis had. That like Sarah Silverman apparently watched him jack off, and she would like mock him and be like, you got a little dick, yeah. So that's perfectly fine, but when Louis gets power and he's inviting young women comedians at a comedy festival to his hotel room, he's asking permission, he's getting consent, but he has power over them. So it's like, yes, what he did was wrong, but I don't think like he's not entirely canceled. Now, I watched his stand-up special that he did after, and I wasn't impressed. He even won a Grammy for it. But I didn't find it amusing, and I'm a Louis C.K. fan, so I don't know. I loved this show. I loved Lucky Louie that was on HBO. I've seen him live. I loved all his specials. I mean, he used to make me roll on the floor, but the last one just didn't have that pizzazz to it anymore. So I don't know. I think he gets to come back, but like it's not the same anymore. I don't think he was complaining about cancel culture and trans people. That was Chappelle. And then cancel culture with the Jerry Seinfeld and shit. The Seinfeld is my favorite show of all time. I don't think Jerry is very funny. Apparently he got off on people mogging his dick or something. I don't know. Mox, I think that's the tour I saw him on. Was that the one where he's like talking about choking a baby on the... it would have been like 2016. Like he was talking about choking a baby on an airplane or something like that. And like it goes on. Like he's like choking that baby for like 5 minutes on stage. Theoretically, you know, like air choking it. Yeah, that's the tour I saw him on. I saw him in like 2016. And then the special came out in like 2017, I think, on Netflix. I think it was a Netflix special. But anyway, watch that scene in Louis where, you know, that woman says, Obama. I fucking love it. The last season of Louis wasn't as good as like the first couple of seasons. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, women. You need to be in the kitchen. You need to be doing your trad wife duties. Or at least that's what the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs believes.
Super Bowl champion Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker getting some backlash after his commencement speech at a Catholic university for comments he made about gay rights abortion.
Wait, does Sarah Silverman support Israel? She's best friends with Sam Cedar. I can't imagine Sarah Silverman is a Zionist. Is she really? You're shocking the shit out of me if Sarah Silverman is a Zionist. Shelley, good evening. How are you friends with Sam Cedar and you're on the wrong side of an issue like that he has been incredibly vocal about?
Abortion and the role of women in society. Stephanie Ramos has the story. Good morning, Stephanie.
George, good morning. Super Bowl champion Harrison Butker delivered his roughly 20-minute address at the Catholic private liberal arts school in Atchison, Kansas. That's near Kansas City. He hit on a number of topics, including the roles of men and women to the...
No, Janine is friends with Sam too, but no, Sarah is friends with Sam. Like, Sam is part of that whole group. Mark Maron, all them, like, they all came up through, like, the fucking comedy scene in Boston, New York together. Sarah was on the Majority Report, like, last summer, and Emma was, like, fangirling out about her. She was on talking about the strike. And, like, Emma, like, went total fangirl about it.
COVID response and President Biden's policies.
He kicked the longest field goal in Super Bowl history to lead the Kansas City Chiefs to victory over the 49ers.
That is now 9 consecutive makes from outside 50 for Butker.
But this morning, Butker is making headlines for his remarks off the field during a commencement address at Benedictine College, a conservative Catholic liberal arts school in Kansas.
It is safe to say that over the past few years, I've gained quite the reputation for speaking my mind.
Butker sounding off about working women.
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now, about to cross this stage, and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Butker then referring to Pride Month, which celebrates the LGBTQ community, as a deadly sin.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that is cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify Him.
I couldn't believe it was such an outdated, antiquated view on LGBTQ people and women. And
well, it was at a Catholic college, to be fair.
using religion in a way.
Butker also mentioning priests who become too familiar with parishioners.
Producer Dave.
Point by borrowing a line from a song written by a certain famous.
I would assume all of you are following Producer Dave, but if not, somebody give him a shout out. Hey, would you like me to come on for Fire by Night tonight? I asked the chat earlier if they would like that. Quesadilla. Good evening, my friend.
As a deadly sin.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that is cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify Him.
I couldn't believe it was such an outdated, antiquated view on LGBTQ people and women, and using religion in a way.
Butker also mentioning priests who become too familiar with parishioners, illustrating his point by borrowing a line from a song written by a certain famous teammate's girlfriend.
Because as my teammate's girlfriend says, familiarity breeds contempt.
That line from Taylor Swift's Bejeweled quickly drawing the ire of Swifties. One writing, I don't think you grasped the message of the Taylor Swift song you quoted. Go listen to all her albums as homework. The NFL reacting to the speech, saying Harrison Butker gave a speech in his personal capacity. His views are not those of the NFL as an organization. The NFL is steadfast in our commitment to inclusion, which only makes our league stronger.
There were apparently some mixed reviews in the crowd, but guys, in the end, Butker did receive a standing ovation from the graduates.
Yeah, I read that his mom was a physicist, or his mom is a physicist.
From many graduates and some of those attendees there.
Yeah, usually the commencement address is about the graduates, not about your personal views in that.
Your politics.
Right. And I think it's important to remember also that the school did invite him, and he's made his Catholic conservative views very well known. But you're right, it's uplifting, right? An uplifting speech? I don't know.
I know, but as you said, he got a standing ovation after that.
Right.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
That could be it. That could be some mommy resentment issues. Damn. But I don't know. Nobody should listen to what a fucking NFL player has to say about anything anyway. I wonder if he drives a Cybertruck. He seems like the kind of a person who would drive a Cybertruck. YouTuber has melted down after Tesla refuses to replace his lemon Cybertruck. After weeks of protracted issues with the Cybertruck, a vlogger is melting down and rescinding his Tesla fandom. In a new video posted to Twitter, self-described Tesla influencer Lamar MK, he's a Tesla influencer, sounded off over the company's alleged refusal to replace his lemon Cybertruck, which is essentially undrivable since he first got it in April. Let's hear his little rant. Oh, it was right here. We'll click it over here.
Tesla right now, or know somebody that is gonna buy a Tesla right now, I would seriously reconsider your options right now, because right now I'm in a sucky situation with Tesla, and it changed my entire view of the company and Elon Musk and everybody over there. Because not only am I just a regular consumer, but I'm also, as you would say, an influencer that recommends a lot of people to buy Teslas.
Now keep left to stay.
I have a lot of people, a lot of referrals that has bought a Tesla using my link and just take my recommendation and buy Teslas. So for them to treat me like this right now, you guys as the regular consumer, I've been nothing but patient and respectful to Tesla throughout all of this, and you guys can see through the series of videos that I've done. I have a Tesla Cybertruck. I reserved this thing years ago, and I took delivery on March 14th, right? This year, March 14th. Before that truck got to me, it was supposed to get to me earlier. That truck was delayed like about 2 weeks, and they kept giving me the runaround like they got to figure out how to get it here to me to North Carolina. But after truly investigating and really looking, there was an issue with that truck at the factory.
Is it hard to get
When I look at the
vehicles to North Carolina?
delivery date, that truck arrived in Raleigh, North Carolina, and the front was apart. It was disassembled some way, and they had to do stuff to put it back together so I could take delivery. All right? So I took delivery of the truck, and I was not even 2 weeks, and the truck broke down. It threw all high voltage error codes everywhere. That video got 15 million views on Twitter, X. And it has
Twitter.
0.6 million on TikTok. So I know everybody higher up at Tesla is aware of this.
So not only is this motherfucker recording a video while he's driving, which, by the way, an influencer ran over somebody while they were recording a video the other day. I bet producer Dave played that. He's got a child in the truck with him.
Including Elon Musk himself. There's no way for him not to know, because even the engineers know. And the lead engineer here, Wes, he knows about it, so they have to be in the loop. And for them to be treating me like this right now is totally unfair. And I would tell you guys, do not buy a Tesla. Because if they can treat me like this, somebody...
Brother, I've been telling people not to buy Teslas for fucking 10 years now. Absolute pieces of shit. Yeah, you feel it's unfair. He sucked Elon's dick on Twitter for years now. It's unfair the way he treats me.
Who gives them business recommending Tesla so people can buy Teslas and all of that stuff. Imagine how they're going to treat you. The truck broke down. It stayed 3 weeks in the service center. The day I got it back, it broke. I had to bring it back the next day for them to fix it. Now when I got the truck back and they fixed it, I took it home. It lasted 1 week. It broke down again. 2 weeks it stayed in the shop, right?
That sounds about right.
I picked the truck up again, and then within less than 24 hours, the truck broke again. So that's 4 times. And in the state of North Carolina, I, the consumer, choose between a replacement or a refund, right? And I've been telling Tesla ever since. I mail them everything regarding the lemon law, and I tell them everything, service manager, everybody, in the emails. I'm not interested in a buyback because that is screwing me out of a vehicle that I waited years to get. Right?
Brother, I hope you get another Cybertruck, and I hope it is also a Limona. Because it will be. I feel sorry for him, but, you know, if I was aware that Tesla sucked, then he, as some sort of informed influencer, he should be more than aware that Teslas are not reliable vehicles. Let's keep the outrage parade going, shall we? Parents in Nevada are outraged after going to a Bluey event in Las Vegas. Apparently they feel they got screwed over.
A local restaurant says they wanted their own family-friendly day with cartoon character Bluey. They expected a few dozen people and regulars. Thousands RSVP'd. Hundreds of families were left fuming and say kids
Bluey is apparently this children's show out of Australia. It's supposedly really good. Like all my friends that have children, they say it's an excellent show. Curious who will tell you it's an excellent show because she watches it with her granddaughter. So apparently, like it's like, you know, like a Blue's Clues kind of deal, or I think the parents are like progressive, like one of them's gay or something. I don't know. Who knows? But this is a very popular children's show.
disappointed. The restaurant spoke to Fox 5 and says they want to say sorry to all the families, and they underestimated the power of Bluey.
When I saw him, my dad ignored him. I was mad.
What, did he look like the cartoon? Did he look like on TV?
No, He looked like unexpected. We could see his beard.
Sophia and other kids had the same reaction. The Bluey they expected was not who greeted them. On the left, this is a photo a parent took at an event with the popular cartoon character Bluey. On the right, it's a staff member of Dirt Dog in a makeshift Bluey costume.
The kids were distraught. Some kids were crying. Some kids were upset, crying in their parents' shoulders.
3,000 people RSVP'd on the Facebook event.
This is giving me real Oompa Loompa vibes. Remember, what was it, like a month or two ago, they had the Willy Wonka experience, and it was complete bullshit? Yes, quesadilla!
Lines outside in the heat. Inside, concerns about capacity. From the face painting to baked goods, many parents say they were underwhelmed, and the free stuff got snatched up quickly.
How could you do that to little kids? It was
money.
An upsetting moment to see so many kids, especially my daughter, just really upset.
Dirt Dog apologized on social media and says they welcome feedback. Angry parents posted plenty of livid messages. Thanks for ruining my 3-year-old's day. I drove 1 hour just to see a grown man in PJs. Other parents defended Dirt Dog. It's a free event and a risk you take. My son loved it.
Again, we expected maybe 50, 60 people, the whole city coming out, and that's what we got, the entire city. Now knowing who Bluey is, we would have planned ahead and would have had security. There would have been more door regulations.
Taj Wilder of Dirt Dog broke down their side. She says, first of all, the gourmet hot dog hotspot with a hip-hop edge expected a few dozen people. And though the event got thousands of RSVPs, most people typically never show up. She says staff members made and did everything. From the costumes, face painting, and even baked goods. But that's the point. She says staff like doing fun events, and it's a hit with the regulars. As for the crowds, she says had they known so many people would have shown up, they would have managed the whole event with crowd control. Now, she says, they understand what parents expected.
I knew Bluey was big, I just didn't realize how big he was.
So this wasn't even this wasn't like a official Bluey licensed event, right? It wasn't like the TV show was coming to town and putting this on. This was just a hot dog place was like, oh, we'll have Bluey Day. I kind of put that on the parents. What exactly were you expecting?
Biggest takeaway, if they want Bluey, go all out. You want
They really Bluey'd it.
Community, just make sure you do it at the highest quality.
Dirt Dog says they want to make it up to those who are disappointed. Their team from LA is coming in. They are planning a family day, and they are working to bring in the real Bluey. I asked if they would post photos in advance of what...
The real Bluey. It's a fictional character.
People should expect. They say they are working on it.
So basically,
yeah, I kind of feel sorry for the hot dog place. What? The parents had too high expectations, I do believe. I don't know what people were expecting with this whole portal thing. Have you heard about this? The New York City portal has been shut down because of lewd behavior. This is going to be good. So this is apparently some kind of live camera. People in Dublin can look at people in New York City. I don't exactly understand what the point is. You can do a Zoom call at home. The misbehavior at the New York City Dublin portal that caused organizers to shut down the live stream link between the two cities, including a New Jersey OnlyFans star who flashed the screen. I mean, I guess that's good publicity for your OnlyFans, isn't it? It was inevitable, says the director of the company behind the project. Joe Callahan said the portal's organization is working on a high-tech fix, including an AI sensor that will blur naughty stunts. He hopes by AI censor, they mean somebody in India watching the feed all the time and putting a blur up. He hopes the 8-foot round screens will be off for only a short period of time, not weeks, not months. If this guy didn't know that they were going to start doing inappropriate things in front of the camera, like, he deserves a titty slap.
A titty slap! What?
Come on now.
The company, Callahan said, was disappointed by ne'er-do-wells like X-rated model Ava Louise, who showed her bare homegrown potatoes at the stream over the weekend. Homegrown potatoes. So she even says she got the portal shut down.
To see my two New York. Just got the portal from New York City to Dublin shut down. I thought the people of Dublin deserved to see my two New York homegrown potatoes.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Ma'am, you deserve a titty slap.
A titty slap!
What the? Come on now.
Even before Ava Louise's stunt, attention seekers on the Irish side of the portal grabbed headlines by flashing their backsides, swastikas, and images of September 11th. Wow. The organization was forced to shut off the live stream just a few days into its planned 6-month run. To fix the problem, the team behind the portal is now working on new technologies to mitigate future stunts. Now, it is Cults and Satanic Panic over on Echoplex tonight. I'll pop on and join producer Dave for Fire by Night. In honor of it being Cults and Satanic Panic over in... And apparently this fucking connects to Ireland as well. Apparently, Ireland's contestant in Eurovision is being called out for satanic imagery.
Ireland just performed a live satanic ritual on stage for the Eurovision 2024 semifinals. Viewer discretion is advised. At the end of this clip, there is some demonic possession being reenacted, and if you
Demonic possession being reenacted.
don't know what Eurovision is, it's an international song competition where each country performs a song and their performances are voted on.
That was cool. I'd vote for him. Seems like something that you would, artistic war. It seems like something you would get from Iceland and not Ireland. Satanic imagery at the Eurovision. I guess that's better than pornographic imagery, right? You guys remember Milo Yiannopoulos? He's apparently been working as Kanye West's chief of staff. He has stepped down over concerns about the rapper's new team ahead of adult film production. Kanye West received an official letter of resignation from Yeezy's longtime chief of staff, Milo Yiannopoulos. As for why he's parting ways with the company, Yiannopoulos revealed that his concerns about the rapper fashion designer's new team as his brand prepares to venture into the adult film industry. Insiders said there's a mass exodus following reports that Ye has been in talks with Stormy Daniels' ex-husband, Mike Moz, about building an entire porn studio, which would be part of a broader adult entertainment division at the parent company. Yeah, his last few albums have been like Jesus is King, Jesus is King 2, and now we're doing porno. Yiannopoulos further explained why he stepped down in the letter, noting he does not wish to be involved in producing or distributing pornographic material for moral and religious reasons, because being around the industry may pose an imminent danger to my life as a recovering addict and an unacceptable risk to my spiritual and physical health as a former homosexual. He's afraid. He's afraid he's going to be into the porn. Far-right political commentator vowed to deliver an orderly handover by May 31st or on the day of the first X-rated shoot, whichever is sooner. Is Kanye going to be laying dick? Yiannopoulos, however, did note that he would be happy to return to Yeezy if the company publicly and permanently abandons any plan to produce, distribute, or profit from obscene content. The former chief of staff stated that if Yeezy ditches the adult film world down the line, it would be an honor to serve you again. I am convinced that South Park helped drive him over the edge. For those of you who don't know, they did an episode about Kanye West not getting a joke, a very simple joke. And in real life, Kanye didn't get the joke. Yes, about fish sticks. Do you like putting fish sticks in your mouth? What are you, a gay fish? And then at the end of the episode, Kanye realizes that he is indeed a gay fish. Fantastic song, because I'm a motherfucking gay fish. Sounds just like a Kanye West song. Trey is amazing. And then a couple years later, they did the Kim Kardashian's Not a Hobbit episode. Kanye literally didn't get the joke. People went to his concerts and would chant gay fish at him, and he would get upset. I didn't realize that he is still, like, because that episode came out in 2000. It was right after the Taylor Swift thing. But Beyonce should have won the music video. Like, it was right after that. It was like 2008, 2009. Like, his last album, he had lyrics about it. He's made multiple songs where he mentioned South Park. South Park drove him nuts. The gay fish episode is one of my favorite episodes. It's what won me. I never knew that Bill Hader was the lead writer on it. And that's because it's my favorite episode. I can't even think about that episode without cracking up. And it really won me over to Bill Hader, and that's when I started watching. After I found out that it was him that wrote it, I totally watched Barry. I love that fucking show. That's one of the greatest shows ever. So Bill Hader, brilliant. Kanye, the genius voice of a generation. Let's go to California, where a bear broke into somebody's home and stole a watermelon.
As you need some refreshment, right? Well, nothing beats some fresh, cold watermelon, even if you're a bear.
Barry!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Open the fridge!
Whoa.
So this all went down in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. The family started closing the garage door, and the bear started to leave, but it went back in when the door opened and started looking for some snacks. Later on, the bear left with a slice of watermelon, as bears do, right? And was spotted sitting in the yard enjoying his cold, juicy treat before leaving the area. You can't blame him, really.
No.
And there he goes.
Wow.
He's so cute.
The audacity.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
The audacity. My goodness.
Bye-bye.
He opened the fridge.
Whoa.
So this all went down in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. The family started closing the garage door, and the bear started to leave, but it went back in when the door opened and started looking for some snacks. Later on, the bear left with a slice of watermelon, as bears do.
As bears do.
Spotted sitting in the yard enjoying his cold, juicy treat before leaving the area. You can't blame him, really.
No.
And there he goes.
Wow. I mean,
I love this.
The audacity.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
The audacity. My goodness.
Bye-bye.
The Bears.
Oh, my God.
This has been my favorite story tonight. I love this so much. God, it's been a wild night. Holy shit, the amount of just wild stories we did.
Whoa.
So this all went down in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. The family started closing the garage door, and the bear started to leave, but it went back in when the door opened and started looking for some snacks. Later on, the bear left with a slice of watermelon, as bears do, right? And was spotted sitting in the yard enjoying his cold, juicy treat before leaving the area. You can't blame him, really.
No.
And there he goes.
Wow. I mean,
enjoy.
I love him.
Bye-bye.
The audacity.
That's not a full-grown bear either. That's like a little teenage bear. He's adorable.
Eats some fresh, cold watermelon, even if you're a bear.
Barry!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Open the fridge!
Whoa.
So this all went down in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. The family started closing the garage door, and the bear started to leave, but it went back in when the door opened and started looking for some snacks. Later on, the bear left with
What do you expect a bear to do?
as bears do, right?
He's just looking for the bare necessities.
Enjoying his cold, juicy treat before leaving the area. You can't blame him, really.
No.
And there he goes.
Wow. I mean,
enjoy.
The audacity.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
The audacity. My goodness.
Bye-bye.
If you are watching on Twitch,
Sitting in the yard
we are heading over to Echoplex Media.
enjoying his...
I'm gonna go make some dinner, and I'll be along shortly for Fire by Night. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I am JustinFREAKIN. I will see you on Sunday night, if I don't see you later tonight at Echoplex, on the Troll Patrol, live.